Muy buenos días a todos, distinguidos.
Good morning, distinguished guests. The Ministry of Science, Technology and the Environment of the Republic of Cuba warmly welcomes you to the high-level meeting of ministers and high authorities of the environment of the member states of the G77 in China on the occasion of Cuba's chairmanship of this group. This meeting is taking place within the context of the International Environment Convention under the slogan for a sustainable, inclusive and resilient development. Conscience with science and innovation for the environment. To promote dialogue and cooperation on these important issues, to boost development and to promote solidarity and coordination within the materialization of the projects in the South is among the main objectives of this meeting. This opening session is being presided over by Comrade Inés María Chapman Wow, First Deputy Minister of the Republic of Cuba. El Barrosa Pérez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and the Environment of the Republic of Cuba. Dr. Luis Velázquez Pérez, President of the Academy of Sciences of Cuba. Dr. Eduardo Martínez Díaz, President of BioCuba Pharma. And now, the opening remarks by El Barrosa Pérez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and the Environment of the Republic of Cuba. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba, Inés María Chapman Wow. Distinguished representatives of the government of the Republic of Cuba joining us at the chair. Esteemed Vice Presidents, Ministers, heads of delegations, and representatives of the diplomatic corps of the G77 and China countries accredited to Havana. Representatives of the countries participating via online in our meeting, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in Havana. I would like to begin, or rather to continue, by also thanking the participation of you all at the meeting of ministers and high authorities at the Environmental Science and Technology meeting of the G77 in China, devoted to the debate on the inclusive, resilient, sustainable development accompanied by science and innovation, all of them in the interest of the protection of the environment. It is likewise a true honor for all of us to have this meeting held in the framework of the 14th Convention of the Environment and Development that is being sponsored by our Minister of Science, Technology and the Environment, with the participation of around 1,014 researchers, professors, university professors, scholars and students from more than 23 countries by means of 9 congresses and technical sessions. From the pro-tempore chairmanship of the G77 in China in the course of this year, we wanted to reflect on the pressing, various and increasing challenges of these times, with multiple crises affecting us, which have an influence on the increase of the cost of life and the inflation in our countries, the increasing difficulties to have access to new financial resources, and the increase of prices of commodities and staple products. We are being faced with an ever-growing impact of climate change, while the decisions adopted during the climate negotiations for the implementation of the Paris Agreement are not progressing at the same pace. This is like the Damocles sword. The time to adopt the necessary decisions and actions is depleting. The worsening of climate change could only bring about extreme and harmful hydrometeorological events affecting crops, power generation, and production in different sectors and scales, both in the public and the private sector. The actions to stop and reverse the loss of biological diversity and to promote sustainable development according to the agreements adopted at the World Framework of Biological Diversity in Montreal are very tough challenges for developing countries, which are forced to resort to their limited financial, human, and technological resources to cope with the multidimensional crisis that worsened with the COVID-19 pandemic. Besides, environmental pollution affecting the whole planet is having a negative impact on all ecosystems, particularly air, soils, and water, with a high cost on the living standards of men, plants, and animals. Today, we are committed to the negotiation of a legally binding instrument to avoid plastics pollution, particularly in the sea, reflecting different alternatives to approach to the living cycle or life cycle of plastics, from the design of products until the management of wastes. However, the obligations entered into should be accompanied by financial resources, capacity building, and access to technologies, particularly those which are necessary to introduce alternative products to the single-use plastics. We are sure that following up on this negotiation process of hardly 20 months long is a top priority for all governments and delegations present here. In every one of the international fora where we have relevant environmental agreements, our countries have always defended and will continue to defend that the effective implementation of these will depend on the delivery of new, predictable, and specific financial resources for every agreement, particularly by developed countries, capacity building, and technology transfer to the countries of the South. This decade, especially after going through the pandemic, reminds us of the commitment still valid of the official assistance for development by the members of the Organization for Cooperation and Economic Development for countries which are suffering from the debt, which confirms the central role of public international financing in these processes. The low levels of financing for public expenditures is adding to the complexity of access to international funds and the quality of instruments, sources, and financing, and in some of them, the permanence of very high rates of political conditioning. Likewise, the coverage of the financing contributed has not managed to cover the whole universe of the commitments entered into. Climate change has very little financing, and its flows to the adaptation and the resilience of ecosystems at the local level. In the case of biodiversity, financing two aspects of conservation and ecosystem is far more important than the biosafety components and the access to genetic and distribution resources and distribution of benefits. This has been caused by the consumerist and predicting development model that endangers the fulfillment of the sustainable development goals and targets adopted by the UN. This model has an impact on the quality of life of man, their environment and infrastructure. Something should be done if we are to have a different reality for the present and future generations. In this regard, it is important to implement the global strategy for the sustainable consumption and production by the year 2030. Such a challenge influencing the survival of the present and future generations can only be faced with a solid political willingness and the increasing use of science, technology, and innovation. We believe that we can work in a very fraternal and sustainable way at the global level. We are sure of that, because most of the environmental challenges are not limited to our national borders, although first and foremost, this should be faced at the national level, taking into account the circumstances and particularities of each and every country. We have worked so that the final declaration proposal that we will submit to your consideration today favors all of these issues. Esteemed participants, Cuba consecrated in the Constitution adopted in 2019 the right to the enjoyment of a healthy, balanced environment and established that by the year 2030, some ambitious goals such as the increase of forest surface up to 33%, the improvement of soils by 65%, the increase of 15% of the reuse of water, the gradual reduction of one-use plastics, the prevention and coping with crimes affecting wildlife, 24% of power generation based on renewable sources of energy, as well as a greater use of land transport, which is a low emission transport, among other goals. Cuba continues to move on with the experience of 5 years of implementing the state plan for coping with climate change, which is called Task Life, and the recent creation of the IRIS Climatic Foundation, United by Climate, which we have conceived to channel up national and regional efforts for adaptation and mitigation. Despite the limitations imposed on us for more than 60 years by the economic, financial, and commercial blockade imposed by the U.S. and tightened to the extreme during the pandemic period, we reaffirm our willingness to move on in this field. Without the blockade, our country would have, for these purposes, greater access to financing, inputs, technologies, and less limitations for the development of its international cooperation, especially the South-South cooperation. I will conclude by reminding you of the statement made by the historical leader of the Cuban Revolution, our dear Fidel Castro Ruz, in Rio de Janeiro, 1992, which is still very valid. And I quote, "We have to make a better distribution of the available wealth and technology in the planet, less luxury, less waste, so that there could be less poverty and less hunger. We must stop selfishness, hegemonisms, irresponsibility, and deceit. Tomorrow will be too late to do what we should have done a long time ago. I repeat, this was said by Fidel in 1992. End of quote. Aware of these, let us make a greater use of science, innovation in an inclusive and equitable way as a viable alternative to solve the triple crisis affecting the planet. Let us place technological development achieved by men to the service of all in a very just and cooperative way. Let us act together for a healthy planet. Thank you very much.
Bueno,
Well, now we will have the possibility to watch and listen to a video brought by the World Meteorological Organization. Its representatives were not able to make it to this meeting, and they have sent this video. It is also included in the flash memories that have been circulated among all of you in case you are willing to reflect on these issues dealt with in the video. So we will now show you the video.
Greetings from World Meteorological Organization. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in Havana for this ministerial conference. I'm looking forward to come to Havana the next day to have a meeting with many of you. But today I will have a presentation to show what we know about climate change. WMO is the one for weather, climate, and water, and practically all of the UN members are also our members, and our headquarters is located here in Geneva. This year we are celebrating 150th anniversary of WMO. We are the second oldest of climate. Climate and climate change is more and more important for us. We are the founding father and host agency of IPCC, and also inside the United Nations system we are contributing to the climate activities. I'm personally a member of the United Nations Secretary General Guterres climate corps. And then we also work in regions, and we have regional offices. There is more one in all of our regions, and then we have offices also in New York and Brussels. And in Americas, our main office is in Paraguay, but we have also office in Costa Rica, which is serving, for example, Cuba with its expertise. We have carried out major reforms of WMO. We have new constituent body structures where we are talking about Earth system much more than before. We have the joint weather, climate, and water issues under one umbrella, and we have also engaged the science community more in our work. We have a scientific advisory panel. We are also paying much more attention to the water resource management. And we have, for example, created new standards for the observing systems and new data policy. And we have also reshaped our secretariat here, and we have allocated more resources to hire young experts which are serving the interest of our members. These climate issues, they of course having impact on human well-being, and they have an impact on economies. And the World Economic Forum, which meets here in Switzerland every year, they are estimating which are the biggest risks for global economy. And in the recent meeting in January, red croissant. And here you can see on the map how is the status of multi-hazard early warning services globally, and these blue pies indicate where we have proper early warning services in place, and for example in Africa only half of the members have such ones in place. In Caribbean islands it's very much the same situation, and also in the Pacific islands and also many parts of Asia, whereas in South America the situation is much better than the global average, and also in Europe we have a better situation than global average. And we have prepared this action plan jointly, where we invest in early warning service capacities, observing systems, IT systems, and early warning service skills. And then we are also enhancing the disaster risk knowledge, preparedness of the countries, and also warning dissemination and impact of the warnings. And altogether we are aiming at allocating $3.1 billion for that purpose, and we are lucky that many donor countries have already started investments in this field, and we expect that also major development financing institutions like Green Climate Fund will allocate the resources for that. We had an event, we prepared this action plan to be approved by COP27 a year ago, and now we are heading towards the COP28. And besides that, we had already this United Nations Water Conference, and we will have a Climate Action Summit hosted by Secretary General Guterres in September, which is also going to deal with early warning services for all. And this is from the launch event, where we had Secretary General Guterres present, and 10 heads of state and also private sector, like Microsoft Vice President was present there, and also many colleagues from United Nations family were present at the launch event. And we have started the preparation for the COP28, and we have had already a couple of meetings in Abu Dhabi with the government of United Arab Emirates, and we have been working together with the UN headquarters and also with colleagues from UNDRR, Red Cross, Red Croissant, and ITU to promote concrete action. And we have started the concrete action already. And there's a big need of training of experts, and we have made an estimate how many persons need to be trained, and the estimation is that altogether 90,000 people should be trained to improve the situation, and we have to train the meteorologists, we have to train technical people who are taking care of the observing systems and IT systems, and also we have to make sure that these services and products are delivered to various users and customers, and we need also expertise for that purpose. And we have training education program, and we are going to invest more in training of experts to be successful in this early warning services for all. Then we have major gaps in our observing systems, which is causing a negative impact on the quality of early warning services, and also it's a challenge when we talk about climate change monitoring. Many parts of the world we are not able to say whether we have seen impacts of climate change, because there are gaps in the observing system. And on the left-hand side you can see the ground-based observing systems, and all these red colors indicate areas where we have major gaps in the observing systems, and it's very much Africa, island states, some parts of Latin America, and also some parts of Asia. And on the right-hand side we can see these kind of balloon sounding, which are the vertical profile measurement systems, and the map is fairly similar. We have major gaps in the system, and this means that the quality of forecast in those areas is automatically poor. And actually this is having impacts on accuracy of forecasts worldwide. If we don't have enough observations in a couple of days, the impact is seen globally. IPCC made an estimate what has happened to weather extremes during the past decades, and here we have three categories, and you can use your imagination. We have the global maps here, The red colors here indicate the case for heat waves, and we have seen globally an increase of heat waves, and excluding Central African region and southern part of South America and some parts of North America hasn't been. We haven't been able to show that there has been an increase in the heat waves. So globally, the situation is fairly clear. And these green symbols here indicate areas where we have seen enhancement of flooding events, and that's very much the case in Europe and Asia and some parts of Americas and some parts of Africa. But we have also lots of gray symbols which indicate that we don't have enough data from those areas to say whether there has been a change. And for example, in Caribbean region, that's the situation. We don't have enough long-term observations to show that. And in the lowest panel, we have these orange symbols which indicate where we have seen increase of drought events, and some parts like Central Europe have been facing both increase of flooding events and drought events, and that's the case also in South African region. And this is in one slide showing what has been happening to climate. From WMO's side, we are publishing annual status of climate reports, and we have seen steady increase of temperatures, and there's an estimation that during the coming 5 years, it's practically sure that we will break the all-time high, because we are now moving from La Nina phase to El Nino phase, which means that the temperatures in the Pacific will be higher, and therefore be very likely we will face all-time high during the coming 5 years. And there's 66% likelihood that we would hit the lower limit of Paris Agreement, 1.5 degrees, at least on temporary basis during the coming 5 years. We have stored more than 90% of the extra heat to oceans, and that's why the oceans have been warming at all depths of the sea, and this is giving more energy for tropical storms, and it's also contributing to the flooding problems by having more evaporation from the ocean to the atmosphere. We have seen doubling of the sea level rise, and this is very much coming from melting of glaciers, and there's a growing component coming from melting of glacier of Greenland and Antarctica. And the mountain glaciers are melting worldwide, and it has been speeding up. These red bars indicate how we have started losing mass of glaciers, and that's of course bad news. And this game we have already lost, so this melting of glaciers will not stop, although we would be able to seize the emission growth that is supposed to happen as part of the Paris Agreement. And then we have seen also drop of the sea ice cover, both in the Arctic, which is in the upper panel, and then during the recent few years we have seen also that taking place in Antarctic area, which is a new feature. So also there the sea ice is shrinking at the moment. And economic losses, the biggest economic losses are coming from flooding events and storms, and those are also causing most casualties, and that's also the case in, for example, the Caribbean area, where we have seen fairly dramatic events during the past years related to hurricanes, especially. And this is showing these hazard types. We have flooding and storms as dominant ones, and the others, heat waves, drought, and so forth. They are having less economic damages than the two ones. And then it's interesting to see how these disasters are hitting the economies worldwide. Here we have the richest countries which have been facing the most expensive disasters. They may be, for example, this Hurricane Ian was having economic losses of $113 billion last year, and we have seen an increase of of the losses, and there has been especially increase of the heat waves, flooding events, drought events, and also slight increase in the most severe tropical storms. And here we have LDC countries for the same thing. You can see much larger symbols, which is indicating that if you take the size of the economies of those countries into account, the losses are much larger, and we have seen 15 to 20% annual GDP losses because of those events, and it's very much again flooding and storm events which have had biggest impacts. And finally, this is similar thing for the SIDS countries, and you can see that the sizes of the symbols are there much larger than in the two previous cases, and also there we have seen an increase in the disasters, and so far the most damaging one was the hurricane season in 2017, where, for example, Dominica lost 800% of its GDP in one day once a Category 5 hurricane was hitting the island. And unfortunately, this negative trend in those patterns will continue until 2060s, independent of our success in climate mitigation. And then we have started seeing impacts also on food security. There has been a long-term positive trend. We have seen loss of hunger, but during the past 5 years, this curve has started going up, and that's there's a component coming from climate change, and also Latin America has been facing that. In Latin America and Caribbean, there have been 28 million people who have been facing food insecurity because of that component. And then water is also very much the area through which the impacts of climate change are felt, and we all know that all of the mountain glaciers are melting at the moment, and in many parts of the world, large fraction of the river water is having origins from the melting glaciers, and for example in Asia, in Central Asia, we have areas where more than half of the water is having their origin from rivers, but that's also the case in some parts of Latin America. There are, for example, Andean glacier which is melting, and there are rivers where slightly more than half of the water is coming from rivers, and same is true for Rocky Mountains. And since we are losing that glacier mass gradually, we will see more challenges with water availability in main rivers worldwide. Then we have estimated what has happened to the groundwater resources worldwide, and all these reddish and yellowish colors indicate that there's been a loss of groundwater resources during the past 20 years, and you can see, for example, in Eurasian continent, lots of such color, and also in eastern parts of Amazonian region, southern part of South America, and also northern part of North America. That's the case. And from the WMO side, we are following that feature as well. Then we have been breaking records in main greenhouse gas concentrations, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide year by year. And unfortunately, this we haven't seen any phase out of those concentrations in real atmosphere, and we have to raise our ambition level to seize this negative trend and to stop climate change. But so far there hasn't been any major progress, as you can see from these graphs: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. And out of those, most important is carbon dioxide coming from consumption of fossil fuels, which is this blue color here. It's about 2/3 of the warming is caused by that, and a little bit less than 20% is caused by methane, which is coming from cattle and rice paddies and tropical wetlands. But this blue fossil carbon is the dominant one, and about 10% of the problem is related to deforestation, especially areas like Amazonian rainforest, Central African rainforests, and South Asian rainforest areas. And from WMO's side, we are monitoring the status of greenhouse gases from ground-based stations. We have also now satellite programs from China, Japan, USA, and then we have modeling means to simulate what's happening in real atmosphere, and we have a new concept called global greenhouse gas watch to better understand the sources and sinks of those three greenhouse gases. IPCC has shown what may happen to temperatures by the end of this century, and you can see the temperature record for the past 150 years on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side you can see the potential futures. And one of the messages of this graph is showing that there's no return back to so-called normal good old climate. We will anyhow see much warmer temperatures, and this lowest option is so-called 1.5 degree pathway, where we could seize this negative trend around 2060s. And the next from the bottom is 2 degrees warming pathway, and which would mean already more problems. And then we have these higher numbers, and the uppermost is the one where we are not limiting our consumption of fossil fuels, and we don't stop deforestation, and that would be a disaster for the welfare of mankind and biosphere. And all of those are having impacts on heat extremes. We will anyhow see more of them during the coming decades, and but if we will go to, for example, these 3 and 4 degrees warming numbers, it will be fairly dramatic in all of the continental areas in Europe, Asia, South America, North America, and Pacific. So that would be a disaster, and we have to do our utmost to reach the Paris limits 1.5 and 2, and it has been clearly shown that 1.5 would be the best for our welfare, and also for the welfare of biosphere, and also for the global economy. And we will see also changes in the precipitation patterns, and especially soil moisture. And if we are able to limit again the warming, this problem would be more limited than in the case of for example 3 degrees or 4 degrees warming. And in the upper panel, all these brownish colors indicate areas where we will see more drought, lower soil moisture, which is a driver of agriculture and forests. And for example, in Americas, both North America and South America and Caribbean, we will anyhow see a decrease of soil moisture. And if we go to these higher numbers, it will be very dramatic. And also we expect to see fairly dramatic changes in Mediterranean region and Southern Europe, North Africa, and Middle East regions. And these changes are also having impacts on human health, and it's very much a combined impact of higher temperatures and humidity, which is having impacts on human health and human ability to work, for example, outdoors. And here we have 3 options. We have about this 2 degrees case on the left-hand side. Then we have about 3 degrees, and thereafter 4 degrees case. And in all of the cases, we expect to see more negative impacts on human health in low latitude areas. And if we go to the more higher temperatures, then this area where these big negative impacts on human health are seen practically almost everywhere globally. So this is also demonstrating that it's really important that we raise the ambition level of climate mitigation. And you ministers, you are key players in your countries. You can have an impact on this, and from us, from science community perspective, we are recommending you to raise your mitigation efforts, and that will be good for the human well-being, for your economies, and also for the biosphere, and in general welfare of the coming generations. With these words, thanks a lot for the opportunity to address you, and and I'm looking forward to meet some of you during the coming days when I arrive in Havana. Thank you.
Perdón. No, agradecer.
I would like to appreciate Mr. Callas. As I had announced, as from tomorrow, he will join us here in our convention, and we will be able to share with him some of the opinions he has expressed in his video, as well as other opinions he has around about the future of climate. We thank him for his participation.
Sí, de esta manera concluye.
And thus we conclude this opening session of the meeting. We will have a very brief break. We would deeply appreciate the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba, Inés María Chapman Wow, and we will remind participants that we should make the best use of our time. We are too many here. There are many delegations asking for the opportunity to take the floor. We will have a very brief 5 minutes break, and then we will resume our session. Good morning and welcome to Cuba.
Muchas gracias, estimado Froilán. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a todas y todos. Vamos a comenzar.
We will now resume our works. A reminder, as we have previously informed, as a result of this meeting, we will adopt a declaration that was submitted to a very broad consultation period led by Pakistan in its condition as the president of the chapter of the G77 in China in Nairobi, the headquarters of the UNEP. Therefore, we were receiving all proposals, all recommendations, all suggestions from different delegations in order to take them into account. We highly appreciate all the comments that were relayed to us. And we now have a draft. You have most certainly been able to consult in case there is any delegate or any ambassador willing to check it again. This is included in the QR code in your badges. But right now, I would like to thank you all for your participation and the consensus achieved about our proposal. We have a list of speakers, and we will now give the floor to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the President of the Organization for the Preservation of the Environment. He is present here. You have the floor, sir. Ali, please, you have the floor.
ایشان تشکر نموده و بابت ریاست گروه 77 و چین به کشور کوبا تبریک عرض می‌نمایم. محیط زیست آسیب پذیر و آسیب دیده ناشی از عوامل طبیعی و با منشأ انسانی قادر به ارائه خدمات بهینه اکوسیستمی نیست و هر گونه تخریب این محیط باعث کاهش و نقصان خدمات آن می‌شود که مطمئناً رکن اجتماعی و اقتصادی توسعه پایدار را نیز تحت تأثیر قرار می‌دهد. ضرورت شناخت نقش علم و فناوری در دستیابی به توسعه پایدار، به ویژه ریشه‌کنی فقر در همه ابعاد و لزوم اتخاذ رویکرد جامع نسبت به توسعه پایدار در جنبه‌های اقتصادی، اجتماعی و محیط زیستی آن بر کسی پوشیده نیست.
Estimado señor presidente.
Esteemed Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while expressing my satisfaction for attending this meeting, I would like to thank the friendly country, the country of the Republic of Cuba for the invitation and the warm hospitality, as well as congratulate Cuba for holding the chairmanship of the G77 and China. The environment, vulnerable and damaged both by natural factors and by human beings, cannot provide optimal ecosystem services, and any damage inflicted on it causes a decrease and affectation of its services, which certainly impacts the social and economic pillar of the sustainable development. It is sacred to no one the need to acknowledge the role of science and technology in achieving sustainable development, especially in eradicating poverty in all its dimensions, and the need to adopt a comprehensive approach to sustainable development, including economic, social, and environmental aspects.
تصمیمات غیر علمی بر محیط زیست، تنوع زیستی و حیات زیستمندان و به تبع آن تغییرات گسترده آب و هوایی، تهدید امنیت غذایی و سلامت عمومی غیر قابل انکار است. یکی از چالش‌های اساسی برای کشورهای در حال توسعه، نظام ناعادلانه حاکم بر اقتصاد بین‌المللی و توزیع نامتوازن منابع مالی، دانش و فناوری است. در این راستا لازم است تا جامعه بین‌المللی با تقویت و توسعه همکاری‌ها، اقدامات لازم برای دستیابی به توسعه متوازن را تسریع نموده و زمینه لازم را برای رشد مبتنی بر نوآوری فراهم آورد. قطعاً علم، نوآوری و فناوری‌ها راه حل‌های مؤثری را برای دستیابی به این هدف ایجاد خواهد کرد و ایجاد فضایی برای اشاعه این علوم و فناوری مسیر دستیابی جامعه بشری را به یک محیط زیست سالم‌تر فراهم می‌آورد.
Resultan innegables las
The irreparable and unpredictable consequences of unscientific decisions of the environment, biodiversity, and the lives of human beings are undeniable, and thus the spread of climate change and threats to food security and public health. One of the basic challenges for developing countries is the unfair system governing the international economy and the unbalanced distribution of financial resources, knowledge, and technology. In this sense, it is necessary that the international community, through the strengthening and development of cooperation, speeds up the application of essential measures to achieve a balanced development and provide the necessary support for economic growth based on innovation. Certainly, science, innovation, and technologies will create effective solutions to achieve this goal, and the creation of a space for the diffusion of science and technology will enable human society to achieve a healthier environment.
که آگاهی جزء لاینفک ارتقاء جوامع بشری است که در این راستا همکاری جنوب راهکاری مناسب برای انتقال فناوری و ابتکارات کشورها خارج از مسائل سیاسی خواهد بود. همچنین بر لزوم توسعه روابط شمال جنوب و نقش تاریخی کشورهای توسعه یافته در خصوص اصل مسئولیت مشترک اما متفاوت اشاره می‌کنم.
Sin dudas, la educación
Undoubtedly, education and awareness are an integral part of improving human societies, and in this sense, South-South cooperation will be an appropriate solution for the transfer of technologies and initiatives among countries, regardless of political issues. Likewise, I point out the need to develop North-South relations and the historical role of developed countries regarding the principle of common but differentiated responsibility.
اعمال اقدامات و تحریم‌های قهری یک جانبه و نامشروع نه تنها مانع بزرگی برای توسعه اقتصادی و اجتماعی کشورها محسوب می‌گردد، بلکه با تحت شعاع قرار دادن اصول مندرج در منشور ملل متحد و قوانین بین‌المللی حق برخورداری از محیط زیست سالم که به پشتوانه انتقال دانش و فناوری و همچنین منابع مالی پایدار قابل پیشبینی و کافی فراهم می‌گردد را سلب خواهد نمود.
subrayo también
I also stress that the application of coercive measures and unilateral and illegitimate sanctions constitute not only a major obstacle to the economic and social development of countries, but also a way to influence on the principles contained in the Charter of the United Nations and international law that deprive many countries of the right to benefit from a healthy environment, that the transfer of technology and knowledge, as well as the right to accessible, stable, predictable, and sufficient economic resources.
تأمین و خرید تجهیزات و دستگاه‌های سنجش ایستگاه‌های پایش کیفی هوا، آب، فاضلاب و تأمین مواد شیمیایی و تجهیزات آزمایشگاهی و تحقیقاتی، عدم امکان خرید دستگاه‌های پایش آنلاین با توجه به هزینه‌ها و ممنوعیت ورود کالا و در نتیجه عدم امکان بهینه‌سازی روش‌های پایش، عدم امکان خرید دستگاه‌های بازیابی و تصفیه پس‌آب با توجه به هزینه‌ها به خصوص برای صنایع کوچک، کاهش یا نبود خدمات پشتیبانی، تبعات عدم تبادل کارشناسان بین کشورها، عدم همکاری کشورها در انتقال تکنولوژی و قطعات مربوط به انرژی‌های تجدیدپذیر، عدم امکان تأمین داروها و واکسن‌های حیات وحش از اثرات مخرب این تحریم‌ها بر کشورم میباشد.
Asimismo,
Likewise, the Application of coercive measures hinders the supply and acquisition of equipment and devices for air, water, and sewage quality used in monitoring stations, as well as the supply of chemical and laboratories products and research equipment. The impossibility of acquiring wastewater recovery and treatment devices to treat wastewaters due to the high cost, particularly for small companies, as well as the absence of logistics, the consequences of the lack of technology transfer and spare parts related to renewable energies, and the impossibility of providing medicines and vaccines to the wild fauna. These are some of the destructive effects of the sanctions in my country.
تعهد و پایبندی به اصول حقوقی و علمی در اجرای مصوبات کنوانسیون‌ها موجب گردیده است که مطالبات به حق مردم از موضوعات حیاتی همچون اجرا نشدن تعهدات برخی از همسایگان در خصوص پرداخت حقابه تالاب‌ها، بیابانزایی و تشدید روزافزون پدیده گرد و غبار در بستر سیاسی حاکم بر کشورها محقق نشود.
Cabe mencionar que la
It is worth mentioning that the lack of commitment and adherence to legal and scientific principles in the implementation of rules and regulations of international conventions has caused that in the prevailing political platforms in the countries, the demands related to the rights of people of vital issues such as the breach of the obligations of some neighbors regarding the payment of compensation for damage to wetlands, desertification, and the growing increase in the phenomenon of dust are not met.
طبیعت برای جبران کاستی‌های موجود و کاهش کمک‌های بین‌المللی را نیز بایستی افزود. مقابله مؤثر با این رویکردها مستلزم مشارکت مؤثر همه کشورها، ایجاد و صدور قوانین و تعهدات الزام‌آور محیط زیستی مبتنی بر تقویت چارچوب‌های نهادی مناسب و اتخاذ سیاست‌های عمومی مرتبط با این موضوعات در سطح بین‌الملل میباشد.
A todas estas cuestiones,
To all these issues, we must add the pressures caused by economic sanctions and the unscrupulous exploitation of nature to fill existing lack of resources and reduce international aid. The effective fight against these approaches requires the positive participation of all countries to set up and proclaim binding environmental laws and commitments based on the strengthening of appropriate institutional frameworks and the adoption of public policies related to these matters at the international level.
همچون بسیاری دیگر از دولت‌ها اصل حفاظت از محیط زیست را نه تنها در قانون اساسی و اسناد بالادستی خود لحاظ نموده، بلکه در برنامه‌های کشوری خود به محیط زیست به عنوان محور اصلی توسعه متوازن تأکید نموده است.
el gobierno de la República Islámica
The government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, like many other governments, has included the principle of environmental protection not only in its constitution and supreme documents, but has also emphasized the environment as the main axis of balanced development in its national programs.
حفاظت محیط زیست جمهوری اسلامی ایران با هدف ایجاد بستر مناسب برای تحلیل علمی و تخصصی چالش‌های محیط زیست و اتخاذ تدابیر علمی جهت برون رفت از مشکلات پیش رو، تأسیس و توسعه خانه‌های فناور محیط زیست را با همکاری مراکز علمی و دانشگاهی، پارک‌های علمی و فناوری، اعضای هیئت علمی، نخبگان علمی فرهنگی و دانشجویان علاقه‌مند در دستور کار قرار دارد و شرکت‌های فناور و دانش بنیان متعددی تولید کننده خدمات و محصولات در حوزه محیط زیست در حال حاضر در کشور در حال فعالیت هستند.
en línea con la
In line with the creation of scientific support mechanisms for the environment, the Organization for Environmental Protection of Iran, with the aim of creating a suitable platform for scientific and specialized analysis of environmental challenges and adopting scientific measures to overcome future problems, has on its agenda the establishment and development of houses of environmental technology with the cooperation of university scientific centers, technological parks, members of the scientific community, scientific, cultural elites, and interested students. And there are many technological and knowledge companies that are currently operating in the country that provide services and products in the field of environment.
و ایجاد شبکه ملی میان 31 خانه فناور، شناسایی پژوهشگران و فناوران برتر محیط زیست و اعطای جایزه ملی محیط زیست به پژوهشگران و فناوران برتر، تأسیس و راه‌اندازی مرکز آموزشی محیط زیست و تربیت محیطبان، راه‌اندازی و اجرای رشته محیطبانی، اجرایی شدن تدریس واحد درسی شناخت محیط زیست در تعامل با وزارت علوم، تحقیقات و فناوری برای تمام رشته‌های دانشگاهی کشور، انعقاد تفاهم‌نامه همکاری سازمان حفاظت محیط زیست و وزارت آموزش و پرورش و انعقاد تفاهم‌نامه با سازمان ملی نهضت سوادآموزی زیر تفاهم‌نامه مذکور و ورود محتواهای محیط زیستی به کتاب‌های درسی مقاطع مختلف از پیش دبستان تا متوسطه دوم از دیگر اقدامات سازمان میباشد.
El establecimiento
The establishment of a technology house in each province and the creation of a national network among the 31 technology houses, the identification of the best environmental researchers, and the awarding of a national award to the best environmental researchers and technologies, the establishment and operation of an environmental education center, the training of environmental guards, the creation of an implementation of the environmental protection career, and the implementation of the teaching of the subject knowledge of the environment for all careers in interaction with the Ministry of Science, Research and Technology, the signing of a memorandum of cooperation between the Environmental Protection Organization and the Ministry of Education, and the signing of a memorandum of understanding with the Literacy Movement Organization under the aforementioned memorandum, and the inclusion of environmental content in the textbooks at different levels from preschool to high school are some of the actions carried out by the organization.
تضمین دسترسی عادلانه به آموزش با کیفیت بالا و دانش علمی و فناوری‌های مفید اجتماعی برای پاسخگویی به چالش‌های متعدد لازم است مشارکت با هدف تقویت فرهنگ و دانش جامعه گسترش یابد. علاوه بر اقدامات گسترده و قابل تأمل در آموزش همگانی به منظور جلب مشارکت حداکثری آحاد مردم در حفاظت از محیط زیست به عنوان یک وظیفه عمومی با تأسیس بیش از 2000 خانه محیط زیست و جلب مشارکت سازمان‌های مردم نهاد و علاقه‌مندان به محیط زیست امکان آموزش چهره به چهره آحاد هموطنان مهیا شده و 3 جلد کتاب برای آموزش رسمی و تدریس در مدارس و دانشگاه‌ها منتشر شده است.
en cuanto a la importancia de
Regarding the importance of safeguarding fair access to high-quality education and scientific knowledge and socially useful technologies to respond to multiple challenges, it is necessary to expand cooperation to strengthen the culture and knowledge of society. In addition to extensive and significant measures in the field of public education to attract maximum involvement of the population in the protection of the environment, as a public duty, more than 2,000 environmental houses have been created. The participation of organizations has been encouraged, enabling face-to-face training for fellow citizens, and 3 volumes of books have been printed for official education and teaching in schools and universities.
ایران با اقلیمی خشک و نیمه خشک و با توجه به تخمین افزایش دمای آن بیش از حد متوسط جهانی بیش از پیش با معضلات محیط زیستی ناشی از تغییر اقلیم مواجه است.
asimismo en el
Also in the field of science and technology dedicated to the environment, the government of Iran has included the following projects.
و نامشروع فناوری، دانش و شرایط نابرابر موجود دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران را برای اقدام مناسب بیشتر در تنگنا قرار داده است، به طوری که حتی از دسترسی به منابع یکی از مهمترین صندوق‌های جهانی محیط زیست از جمله صندوق جهانی محیط زیست جف و بسیاری از تجهیزات و فناوری‌های نوین محروم گشته است.
Vale. La aplicación
The expansion and planting of mangroves in coastal areas for carbon absorption, reclassing of carbon dioxide, etc. Iran with a dry and semi-arid climate above the world average is faced with environmental problems caused by climate change, the imposition of unilateral economic sanctions, difficult access to technology and knowledge, and the unequal conditions existing have placed the government of Iran in an unfavorable position to act in favor of the access to environmental resources, the World Environmental Fund.
و استفاده از ظرفیت‌های علمی و دانش بنیانی فرزندان سرزمینم توانسته روحیه خودباوری و توانستن را در تک تک جوانان میهن عزیزم نهادینه نماید و بر همین اساس برای هر مشکل اهم از طبیعی و انسان ساخت راه چاره پیشنهاد و عملیاتی می‌نماید، ولی مانع تحریم‌ها، عدم استفاده از تجارب سایر کشورها و عدم دریافت کمک‌های فنی و اقتصادی را باعث شده است.
Si bien la confianza en la
While confidence in youth and the future actors of the country, as well as the use of scientific capacities based on knowledge, have been institutionalized, the spirit of self-confidence, and that we can certainly do it better. We are facing every problem. We can propose and implement a solution. Sanctions are an obstacle preventing the better use of experience of all the countries and the reception of economic assistance.
اجرای سیاست‌های مقاوم‌سازی و کاهش آسیب‌پذیری و سازگاری با تغییر اقلیم و پیامدهای حاصل از آن الزامی است.
el empleo de las nuevas tecnologías para implementar
The use of new technologies for resilient policies and reduce vulnerability, as well as to favor adaptation to climate change and its consequences, is essential.
حفظ کیفیت و کمیت مؤلفه‌های آب خاک در سطح مناسب، تولید بیشینه محصولات در مصرف کمینه آب و در نهایت معرفی گونه‌های سازگار و مقاوم گیاهی و جانوری با تاکید بر گونه‌های بومی و بهره برداری از منابع آب نامتعارف، بهینه‌سازی مصرف انرژی و تاب‌آوری، افزایش راندمان انرژی، کاهش مصرف سوخت و آلاینده‌ها از مواردی است که باید در برنامه‌های سازگاری مورد توجه ویژه قرار گیرند.
el uso de tecnologías que prioricen
The use of technologies allowing for the reduction of the consumption of water at an adequate level, the production of maximum products with a minimum water consumption, and the introduction of species that are resilient, with emphasis on native species, the exploitation of unconventional water resources, the optimization of energy consumption and resilience, the increase in energy efficiency, as well as the reduction of fuel consumption and pollutants, are some of the issues that should be supported in all the adaptation programs.
از تغییرات اقلیم بر کسی پوشیده نیست. این در حالی است که کشورهای در حال توسعه بیش از سایر کشورها آسیب خواهند دید و لذا به همین دلیل است که نیاز است اقدامات کشورها، استراتژی‌ها و برنامه‌های اجرایی ملی آنها چه در زمینه کاهش انتشار و چه در زمینه سازگاری بر اساس اصول تساوی حقوق، شرایط ملی کشورها و باز هم مسئولیت مشترک اما متفاوت ترسیم گردد.
Para nadie es un secreto la gravedad de
The seriousness of the damage caused by climate change is no secret to anyone. Developing countries will suffer this impact even more, so it is necessary that the actions, strategies, and national implementation plans of these countries, both in the area of emission reduction and in relation to adaptation, be based on the principles of equal rights, the national conditions of the countries, and once again, underlaying common but differentiated responsibilities.
ارکان فرعی کنوانسیون تغییر اقلیم در آلمان پیش آمد، شکافی را باعث شد که پیش از پیش اعتماد بین کشورهای توسعه یافته و کشورهای در حال توسعه را خدشه‌دار کرد که در صورت پافشاری بیشتر کشورهای توسعه یافته به تحمیل تعهدات بیشتر به کشورهای در حال توسعه، فارغ از تمکین و ادای تعهد خویش در حوزه مالی و کمک‌های فنی و تجهیزاتی به کشورهای در حال توسعه، دلسردی و کندی اقدامات جامعه جهانی را باعث خواهد شد که با توجه به تأکید گزارش اخیر IPCC بر ضرورت اقدام سریع این تعلل به نفع هیچ کس نخواهد بود که امیدواریم گروه 77 و چین با درایت این موضوع را طی کاپ آتی در امارات مدیریت نماید.
Sin embargo,
However, what happened at the recent meeting of the sub-organizations of the Climate Change Convention in Germany caused a breach that further damaged trust between developed and developing countries. In case developed countries insist on imposing more obligations on developing countries, ignoring compliance with their commitments in terms of financing and technical assistance and equipment to developing countries, these will cause a lack of encouragement and the international community development will slow down. Taking into account the most recent report by the International Panel on Climate Change, this will benefit no one. We hope that the G77 and China will handle this issue wisely during the upcoming conference of the parties in the Arab Emirates.
با حضور مؤثر و ضمن همگرایی با کشورهای منطقه در کاپ 28 تغییر اقلیم در کشور امارات متحده عربی شرکت نماید. در همین جا فرصت مغتنم است تا از دولت‌های محترم مشارکت کننده دعوت کنیم برای همکاری و همافزایی بیش از پیش جهت کاهش آثار مخرب تغییر اقلیم دست به دست هم دهیم.
la República
The Islamic Republic of Iran intends to participate at the 28th Climate Change Conference with an effective presence and in full understanding with the countries of the region. I take this opportunity to invite the honorable participating governments to cooperate and generate more synergies to reduce the harmful effects of climate change.
افزایش کانون‌های گرد و غبار در ایران، آفریقا، آسیای میانه، غرب آسیا و خاورمیانه میباشد که اکنون دامنه اثرات نامطلوب این پدیده در سایر مناطق جهان نیز در حال گسترش است، به نحوی که معضل بسیار بزرگ محیط زیستی، معیشتی و امنیتی را بر کشورها تحمیل نموده است.
One of the main effects of climate change is the increase of dust centers in Iran, Africa, Central Asia, West Asia, and the Middle East. And now the scope of the adverse effects of this phenomenon is expanding to other regions of the world as well. That imposes a great environmental, food, and security problem on many countries. The reduction of the adverse effects of this phenomena and the possibility of an adequate and sustainable life and livelihood for native and local communities are some of the actions that require joint and responsible cooperation of all human beings, especially governments.
زیست و معیشت سازگار و پایدار برای جوامع بومی و محلی از جمله اقداماتی است که نیاز به همکاری مشترک و مسئولانه همه افراد بشر خصوصا دولت‌ها دارد.
I insist that the reduction of these adverse effects and the possibility for an adequate life and livelihood will necessarily require the responsibility of all human beings and particularly governments.
موضوع گرد و غبار در قطعنامه مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد مطرح گردید و به سبب اون کنفرانس بین‌المللی مقابله با پدیده گرد و غبار در سطح بلندپایه در تاریخ‌های 9 و 10 سپتامبر سال جاری در تهران برگزار خواهد شد.
En este sentido, tras el seguimiento
In this connection, after the follow-up analysis which was done to the dust issue, a resolution of the United Nations General Assembly proposed for this reason a high-level international conference to deal with the dust phenomenon that will be held in Tehran on September 9 and 10 of the current year.
جام مذاکرات و انتقال دانش و تجربیات کشورهای درگیر و علاقمند به موضوع گرد و غبار و سازمان‌های بین‌المللی فراهم خواهد آورد تا با بررسی عوامل ایجاد آن و هماندیشی دستیابی به سازوکارهای علمی و عملی برای مدیریت، سازگاری و مقابله با پدیده گرد و غبار چه در بعد منطقه‌ای و چه در بعد بین‌المللی برای رفع این معضل محقق گردد.
sin duda,
Undoubtedly, holding this conference will be a great step to start negotiations and exchange knowledge and experience among the countries and organizations involved and interested in the dust issue as a way to achieve scientific and practical mechanisms for its management, adaptation, and solution both regionally and globally by analyzing the root of the problem collectively. It is gratifying to point out that July the 12th, coinciding with the day of the regional meeting of ministers in Tehran under the motto Cooperation for a Better Future, was also named as the International Day of Fighting Dust Storms, and we hope that very soon we will be able to celebrate this day, the solution of this problem in the whole world.
روز 12 جولای مصادف با روز برگزاری نشست منطقه‌ای وزرا در تهران با موضوع همکاری برای آینده‌ای بهتر نیز به عنوان روز بین‌المللی مقابله با طوفان‌های گرد و غبار نامگذاری گردید و امید داریم و در همین جا از همه شما به عنوان نمایندگان محترم کشورهای دوست و برادر دعوت می‌کنم که در سطح عالی در این نشست شرکت فرمایید.
Taking into account that, as I said, on July the 12th, coinciding with the celebration of the regional meeting of ministers under the motto Cooperation for a Better Future, I would like to take this occasion to invite all participants to attend this conference.
در پایان مجددا از میزبانی کشور کوبا و خاصه وزیر محترم محیط زیست، علوم و فنون این کشور تشکر می‌نمایم.
Para finalizar, quisiera agradecer.
To conclude, I would like to thank once again the Republic of Cuba for its warm welcome, and especially the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology, and Environment of this country. Thank you very much to all participants for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señor Ali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. We now grant the floor to Gabriela Jimenez, Vice President of our dear Venezuela. You have the floor, Madam. Good morning, Sister Minister Elba Rosa Perez. On behalf of Venezuela, we thank you for receiving us in Havana. This is the people of Martí and Fidel. I will thank the presence of the ministers, members of the G77 and China. In fact, this government agency concentrates 80% of the world's population and the biggest biological reserve in terms of water and ancestral and indigenous communities. We should think science in a different world. Breaking with classical paradigms used by capitalism to justify the worst destruction of the planet. Science should be at the core of human life and nature. This is a change of paradigm. This is to respond to rationale of life, is to create new methods and implement experience in the field of innovation. It is to face the challenge of incorporating women and youngsters in science. Climate change affects women, children, farmers, and communities alike. It is up to us to rethink science, innovation, and technology, as well as the different processes placing at the core the epistemology of good living, an inheritance passed on to us by Commander Hugo Chavez. Education is the most important instrument for the transformation of humanity and an engine to transform the economic bases, which are part of the actions generating these consequences endangering life. We should think that science is a challenge and we must be audacious in this regard. Venezuela has been generating a series of actions in the framework of a presidential committee accompanying our legitimate president, Nicolás Maduro Moros. We have designed a national reforestation plan, a center for climate change, a center for oceanographic changes, and a center for environmental chemistry to build new knowledge, new practices for the promotion of innovation, and to support our indigenous communities for them to rescue their ancestral knowledge. the ecology of knowledge. In this exercise, we invite the entire people of Venezuela as the key actor of this national science and technology system. Today, scientific research is not only seen in research centers. You can see it out in the streets at schools with the promotion of scientific programs. 80,000 children are approaching science for discovering their vocation at the early ages. But there is a fact: we have our country under more than 930 sanctions affecting the development of countries, affecting access to technology that prevent us from fully tapping our potential, affecting access to equipment, reagents, and inputs that would enable us to modernize our technological infrastructure to cope with the climate change challenges. These sanctions violate the UN Charter and go against the developmental models of our peoples. We should be bold here. We should engage in complementarity, whereby the G77 in China is able to build capacities to renew our research infrastructure. We should think about technological systems for the observation of climate change that would enable us to analyze biodiversity, train talents, and put up complementary infrastructures. Again, on behalf of the Republic of Venezuela, I would thank the hospitality of the Republic of Cuba, thinking about the tasks mandated to us by Commander Chavez, Commander Fidel, to build a better world, which includes new science and innovation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Vicepresidenta Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, for your message. Now we will watch two videos. These are virtual participations. We will watch a video sent by Sultan Al-Jaber, chairman of the 28th COP of the UN. Let us watch the video then.
And distinguished delegates, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important ministerial meeting of the G77 and China, focused on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. With 80% of the global population, the G77 provides an essential forum for the Global South to deliver a united voice on the critical issue of climate change. That voice is all the more important now in light of the impacts which are being felt the most in the Global South. The developing world has contributed only a fraction of emissions, yet it is at the very forefront of climate-related floods, famines, and loss of biodiversity. The science tells us we have just 7 years to cut global emissions 43% if we are to stay within reach of holding the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. We need not to wait for the global stocktake at COP28 this December to know that we need action, and we need action now. I am committed to delivering pragmatic solutions that make real, on-the-ground impact for those who need it most. I will leverage my experience to make that happen, informed by a team of experts in climate change and the COP process. We will deliver a plan of action that is both ambitious and practical and sensitive to process, but focused on results that address the needs of the Global South. A plan of action that reflects the latest in science, as spelled out by the IPCC. A plan of action built on innovation and technological solutions. And a plan of action that reignites momentum on each of the pillars of the climate action, from mitigation to adaptation, finance, and loss and damage. We will fast-track a just energy transition that triples renewables, doubles hydrogen production, and increases energy efficiency while phasing down the use of fossil fuels. While this phase down is inevitable, we must safeguard energy affordability, accessibility, and security while maintaining socio-economic development. And on adaptation, we need to double finance to $40 billion and allow for a truly global early warning system built on the best technologies. Yet, the single largest obstacle to success is finance, and the COP28 presidency is committed to addressing this issue in a real and meaningful way. As a first step toward rebuilding trust, there are encouraging signs that the long overdue $100 billion pledge will be fulfilled. International financial institutions are not fit for purpose. IFIs and MDBs are not distributing concessional finance anywhere near quickly enough. Climate finance needs to be more available, more accessible, and more affordable. By lowering the level of risk, we can also mobilize the private sector, unlocking trillions of dollars in climate finance. We will address the impacts of climate change and livelihoods by putting food, health, and nature at the heart of COP for the first time. We saw what can be achieved at COP27, where the unity of the G77 was critical to delivering a historic outcome on loss and damage. Indeed, G77 countries can help us on each of priority areas by pushing for unity and solidarity throughout the negotiations. COP28 will be the first COP to host a G77 summit. We urge you to use this platform to shape ambitious outcomes and accelerate action. We need your help delivering a bold and transformative response to the global stocktake. To conclude the global goal on adaptation, to accelerate a balanced and just energy transition, and to finally deliver the scale and scope of climate finance that is needed for concrete results. Let us work together to pave the way towards an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient future for all. Thank you.
Bien, agradecemos al sultán Al-Jaber su...
We thank the Sultan for his participation. Now we grant the floor to the President of the Convention of Biological Diversity, the Minister of Ecology and Environment of the Republic of China. Let us watch the video he sent.
各位部长、各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴参加本次77国集团和中国环境、科学、技术与创新部长级会议。首先我谨代表中国生态环境部祝贺古巴担任77国集团和中国轮值主席国，对此次会议的成功举办表示欢迎。当前，全球极端气候灾害频发，生物多样性丧失，荒漠化和环境污染加剧，给人类生存和发展带来了严峻的挑战。面对共同的挑战，人类是一荣俱荣、一损俱损的命运共同体，只有合作共济、和谐共生这一条出路。广大发展中国家更要加强团结合作，携手应对。作为世界上最大的发展中国家，中国高度重视生态文明建设和生态环境保护，坚持绿水青山就是金山银山的理念，协同推进降碳、减污、扩绿、增长，努力建设人与自然和谐共生的现代化。2013年到2022年的10年间中国的经济总量翻倍的情况下，能耗强度累计下降了26.2%，二氧化碳排放强度下降了35%左右，可再生能源装机规模突破了12亿千瓦，新能源汽车保有量达到1310万辆，这些都居全球的第一位。重点城市细颗粒物 PM2.5 浓度下降57%，地表水优良水质断面比例提高了23.8个百分点，300多种珍稀濒危的野生动植物野外种群数量稳中有升。创新是引领发展的第一动力，中国始终把创新放在新发展理念的首位，大力推动科技创新，为发展注入了源源不断的新动能。科技也是解决环境问题的利器。中国近年来大力推动生态环境科技创新，运用数字化、信息化等手段，提升环境治理现代化水平。我们聚焦关键的科学问题，开展重污染天气成因的定量化分析和精准的预报，天地一体化水环境监控预警，大宗工业固体废物的资源化利用，低碳、零碳、负碳等重大科技研究，推动污染物治理、可再生能源、新型电力系统等方面相关的先进技术装备的创新，促进新型储能技术等创新研究与示范应用，组建国家大气污染防治攻关联合中心等科技创新平台，创建国家生态环境科技成果转化综合服务平台，构建多学科协同的攻关模式，为改善生态环境质量和应对气候变化提供了有力的支撑。各位部长、各位同事，中国高度重视77国集团和中国这一多边合作平台，在力所能及的范围内通过政策对话、能力建设、物资捐助等方式，与广大发展中国家开展生态环境和应对气候变化南南合作。我们与39个发展中国家签署了46份气候变化南南合作文件，开展了微小卫星系统、气象卫星移动接收站、太阳能光伏发电站、新能源汽车等技术的应用合作，并且为120多个发展中国家培训了3000多名生态环境与气候变化领域的官员和技术人员。作为发展中国家阵营的一员中国将积极落实习近平主席提出的全球发展倡议，始终做77国集团的坚定支持者和同路人，愿在77国集团和中国框架下，与各发展中国家伙伴一道，持续推动生态环境合作。我们要共同用好“一带一路”绿色发展国际联盟等多边合作平台，开展环境科技等绿色发展经验分享，提升各国落实2030可持续发展目标的能力。同时作为生物多样性公约第15次缔约方大会 COP15 的主席，我也期待在77国集团国家的支持下，我们共同推动昆明、蒙特利尔全球生物多样性框架等重要成果的落实。我们要共同呼吁国际社会，尤其是发达国家，重视发展中国家的关切，为发展中国家开展生态环境治理提供充足的资金、科技和能力建设的支持。让我们以本次会议为契机，携手努力，共同推动2030可持续发展议程走向深入，共同绘就人与自然和谐共生的美好画卷。谢谢。
Bueno, explico lo siguiente.
I want to explain the following. We have had the possibility of listening the two vice presidents from Iran and from Venezuela that are with us, and we reiterate our thanks to them. And we have also listened to the president of COP15 on climate change and biological biodiversity. We will now give the floor to all our friends present here, and I would kindly request you to collaborate in terms of time. I have more than 35 speakers and I only have 2 hours and 15 minutes. So I request your help. There are also speakers online, plus the speakers we have in the room. So I'm sure that we will be able to cover our agenda with no difficulties. We start giving the floor to Algeria. Algeria is online. Mrs. Faisa Dalemi, Minister of Environment and Renewable Energy. You have the floor. There she is.
Ministers, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor and pleasure for me to take part on behalf of my country, Algeria, in this meeting of ministers and high authorities of environment of the G77 China group. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mrs. Elbarosa Perez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and Environment of the Republic of Cuba, for inviting me to this important meeting. I note with high satisfaction the progress and advances made in terms of South-South cooperation in this field of science, technology and innovation by the G77 and China group to address the environmental challenges facing the developing countries in meeting sustainable development goals. Recent events during the COVID-19 pandemic have highlighted the vital role of science and technology and above all innovation in managing the pandemic and revitalizing the economies hard hit by it, particularly those of emerging countries. The theme of this ministerial meeting is fully in line with our national policy of promoting national policy aimed at making the most of national resources and sustainable development. This meeting is also taking place at a time of global mobilization in the fight against climate change and mobilization of and its negative impact on the most vulnerable population. Prospects for a green economic development and new approaches are imperative for our countries whose success depends on scientific, technological and innovation resources at national level as well as international cooperation to facilitate technology transfer from developed countries. Climate change, the depletion of resources, degradation of biodiversity, and multiple forms of pollution are called for urgent ecological transformation with ecological solution yet to be developed with the support of science, technology, and innovation. It is by mobilizing all stakeholders that we will be able to meet the challenges of development and in our countries. Our Ministry of Environment and Renewable Energies is committed to a policy of a sustainable solution for the transition of a circular and green economy in order to preserve our resources for future generations. To this end, I would like to mention the National Integrated Waste Management Strategy to 2035 and the Renewable Energies Program to 2035. I would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the efforts made in the languages expressed in the G77 and China Group's declaration of ministers and senior officers responsible for the environment, science, and innovation for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development, which are fully aligned with our vision and express the foundation of our national policy and strategies. We highlight the challenges faced by developing countries in the economic, social, and environmental fields, particularly in the implementing the 2030 agenda. We welcome this joint declaration and will make its objective our own, which we will take to all levels and recur whenever necessary. We are also very encouraged by the announcement made by the President of the Republic of Cuba in his capacity as chairman of the G77 and China Group that the summit of heads of state and government will be held in Havana on September 15 and 16, 2033, and the theme, today's development challenges, the role of science, technology, and innovation. Allow me also to express our appreciation and sincere thanks to all the organizers who have ensured the success of this event led by the Republic of Cuba and Ministry of Science, Technology, and the Environment, without forgetting to pay tribute to the participants for the quality of their contribution, which demonstrate their commitment of this process. Finally, I can't conclude my speech without paying special tribute to Mr. Murad Ahmiya, Executive Secretary of the Group of 77 in China, who has spared no effort to achieve the objective of this process. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
We thank the speaker. I will now give the floor I will announce the following speaker, His Excellency Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, and then the Minister of Sustainable Development and Climate Change of Belize. Bahama has the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you. Distinguished delegates, I bring you warm greetings from the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. On behalf of our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip Davis, I wish to thank the government of Cuba for the warm hospitality that's been extended to my delegation during our stay. And I'd also like to join in and congratulate Cuba excuse me, on hosting this prestigious conference, the group of 77 and China. Madam Chair, we remain ever mindful of our commitments, as is the case of the environment. The wetlands, our protected areas, and mangroves are key to us and affects us all. Our human survival depends on the access of clean water. Madam Chair, water security in the Bahamas is a significant concern due to our country's geography, climate, and the dependency on limited fresh water resources. The Bahamas is an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean. We share maritime borders with Cuba, with Haiti, the United States, and the Turks and the Caicos Islands. Our country faces several challenges, such as limited freshwater resources, water quality concerns, leading into over-reliance on desalination. The vulnerability of our islands to storm surges, sea level rises on the coastlines, as well as saltwater intrusion, are also areas of concern which impact our freshwater resources. The Bahamas has no significant rivers or lakes, and its freshwater supply primarily relies on underground freshwater lenses and rainfall. The freshwater reserves are limited, making our country vulnerable to water scarcity, and ensuring sustainable management is essential. We remain vigilant to ensure that any threats to water quality concerns are adequately managed to provide safe and clear water to the population. To meet the water demand, the Bahamas has increasingly turned to desalination plants which convert seawater into fresh water. While desalination helps ensure a reliable water supply, it is energy intensive and very costly to maintain. It should be noted that we are in the midst of our energy transition, and every effort is being made to ensure a just transition. Our main industry, tourism, places an increasing demand on our water resources. Some of the hotels, however, have constructed their own desalination plants to accommodate their guests. The Bahamas is highly susceptible to the impacts of climate change, including rising sea levels, increased frequency and intensity of storms, and changing rainfall patterns. These changes can further stress freshwater resources and exacerbate water scarcity issues. Many may recall the deadly, catastrophic Category 5 Hurricane Dorian, which devastated some of our islands, some whom have not yet fully recovered. The impact of this hurricane placed a significant strain on our resources and highlighted the stark reality of the impact of climate change. Madam Chair, the Bahamas has demonstrated its commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by integrating them into our national policies and development plans, which are ultimately demonstrated in our active projects and scope of works of our various national and non-governmental agencies. Madam Chair, the Marine Protected Areas Network allowed us to mobilize efforts to conserve and to sustainably use the oceans, seas, and the marine resources for sustainable development as a signatory to the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14, Life Below Water, was put into force in January 2016. We have a total of 20% of our nearshore marine resources across the Bahamas protected. These areas include marine reserves, national parks, and other protected zones with various levels of conservation regulations to safeguard marine biodiversity and ecosystems. We have invested in our national agencies to monitor and to protect these areas. We have committed to increasing our capacity by engaging up to 50 new environmental, forestry, and marine officers over a 3-year period to conduct monitoring, research, and restoration efforts within our protected areas. Our coastal wetlands play a crucial role in the global carbon cycle and have a significant correlation with climate change. They are among the most productive ecosystems on Earth and act as large carbon sinks, meaning they absorb and store significant amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. When these coastal wetlands are degraded or destroyed, whether through coastal development or pollution, the stored carbon can be released, contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Conserving and restoring wetlands are crucial strategies for mitigating climate change. Preserving intact wetland ecosystems and implementing sustainable management practices can help maintain the role as carbon sinks, as well as support biodiversity, improve water quality, and to provide valuable ecosystem services for both humans and wildlife. Madam Chair, our country accepts that partnership is a crucial element to development. Some would say that partnership makes miracles happen. Although we are not doing well, there's still much more that needs to be done, and we cannot do it all by ourselves. We're reminded of the African proverb that states, "Many hands make light work." And as we agree to commit to prioritizing our environment, we understand that we cannot do it alone. Madam Chair, even with our best efforts, our capacity to manage, to protect, and to enforce the areas remains limited. We recognize the significance of South-South cooperation for member states of the Global South, and we believe together we can achieve sustainable development target goals within the region. I thank you.
Gracias, ministro. Vamos a dar.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We now give the floor to the next speaker, Belize. Belize has the floor.
Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here at this auspicious event, which aims to promote discourse on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development with science and innovation for the environment. Allow me to convey warm greetings on behalf of the government and people of Belize, and I also extend my appreciation to the government and people of Cuba for the warm hospitality given to me, my delegates, and others. Madam Chair, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in April's progress report, stated that there is rising poverty and hunger, that only 12% of the 169 Sustainable Development Goal targets are on track, while progress on 50% is weak and insufficient, and that more than half the world is being left behind at the midpoint of achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. He warned that the collective promise made in 2015 of a more green, just, and equitable global future is in peril, and that unless we act now, the 2030 Agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been. The World Bank informs that by 2040, there will be a 40% deficit in the supply of water available compared with global demand. Gaps in access to water supply and sanitation, growing populations, more water-intensive patterns of growth, increasing rainfall variability, and pollution are combining in many places to make water one of the greatest risks to economic progress, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. It is time to put our watersheds, our headwaters, and other reserves in the forefront of global issues. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is undoubtedly one of the biggest crises we face today. According to some scientists, the world is entering uncharted territory. The reason for this is obvious. The pace and scale at which the world is tackling climate change is grossly insufficient. We have no time to lose. Science has been clear on the facts. It's now time for leaders to act with ambition and unity to safeguard the future of this planet. Climate finance must be a key part of the package coming out of COP28. Last week's Climate Finance Summit in Paris, many hoped, would set the tone for meaningful progress on climate finance ahead of this year's COP28. However, reports are that it delivered momentum but few results. Madam Chair, environment and climate pose challenges for science and technology. All research requires funding, and the fight to get and keep funding has traditionally been a stumbling block that most scientists encounter. We need to continue to advance the frontiers of discovery and innovation. This will necessitate sustained investment, research, and development. We need national, public, and private sector support, but also imperative is international technology cooperation, focused partnerships for broadening the scope and accelerating the pace of innovation, transfer, deployment, and diffusion of climate change mitigation and adaptation. The wealth of the industrialized economies is built on intensive exploitation of scientific and technological knowledge. This has to be shared. Science, technology, and innovation has to be, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, equitable and has to be inclusive. We have a single mission, which is to protect our planet for the future benefit of all generations. The solutions to the crisis are within reach, but to be successful in our mission, we need to take action now. Rest assured that the government of Belize is ready to work with all our partners in the effort to achieve the societal transformation needed to achieve the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. I thank you.
I will now give the floor to a virtual presentation, the Minister of Energy Resources of Bhutan, and then the Minister of Science and Technology of the Kingdom of Cambodia. This is also a recorded message. Next, we will listen to the Minister of the Environment of the Dominican Republic. Okay, let us now listen to the Minister of Bhutan.
As an example to everyone present here today. At the outset, I'm proud to mention that Bhutan has always prioritized conservation of its natural resources and lived in harmony with nature for centuries. Their Majesties the Kings continue to be that leading guide who have germinated and carefully nurtured and grown Bhutan's outside leading role in the world towards ensuring that development is a balance of economy and ecology. It is because of this strong political will and our traditional reverence for nature, coupled with environment policies and legislations, that Bhutan is today blessed with a rich natural environment. Further, there is a constitutional mandate to maintain 60% forest cover and carbon neutrality for all times to come. Despite our environment achievement, climate change continues to be one of the biggest threats to sustainable development and the livelihoods of people of Bhutan. Bhutan has committed to take all necessary measures and also has mandated and also declared in COP15 in 2009 that Bhutan is committed to keep absorbing more carbon than we emit and to maintain our country's status as a net sink for greenhouse gases. In Bhutan, environment and climate challenge is further compounded by the fact that the country's economic development is highly dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture, hydropower, and transport. Bhutan believes that science and technology plays a crucial role in understanding climate patterns, predicting future changes, and developing strategies to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change and also find sustainable solutions. Technology and science brought about unprecedented development without limits, and thus we have gadgets, batteries, plastics, industrial pollution, and so on. It's a catch-22 situation, and countries attend developed state, whereas Bhutan had been cautious to balance, which is a more expensive affair, and is where we are. It is a challenge altogether. The developed countries, through science and technology, could help the developing countries. How do we monitor biodiversity? How do we use intelligent transport system, intelligent agriculture, and sustainable land use planning? Technology be distributed and made available to the least developed countries, who are those facing the biggest difficulties. They are not the contributor to the climate change and environment degradation, but they are the victim to it, equal victim, and most of them are not able to develop further. Therefore, Bhutan views the biggest challenge to the progress of science and technology is not resources or scientific skepticism, but how to ensure that the rapid pace of scientific and technological progress benefits nations who face insurmountable development challenges amidst climate change. It's about how, as a global community, we leave no one behind, as echoed in the Paris Agreement, ensure a just transition. Ladies and gentlemen, science and technology biggest challenge is not about how fast we can find solutions to our environmental challenge, but how to ensure that it happens in a fair and inclusive manner. If we can get it right, transition offers immense opportunities with new system for our people and countries. Thank you, Kadinche.
Gracias.
Thank you. As I had announced, I now give the floor to the Minister of Science and Technology of the Kingdom of Cambodia. This is also a recorded presentation. Next, we will have the Minister of the Dominican Republic.
Excellency Elba Rosa Perez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and Environment of the Republic of Cuba, Their Excellencies, the representative of the G77 and China, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are confronted with significant obstacles resulting from the growth of the population, urbanization and industrialization, which strain our limited resources and contribute to the climate crisis. Our focus now lies in finding a balance between economic prosperity and sustainability, requiring us to take bold and transformative measures. Fortunately, we are living in an era of unparalleled scientific and technological progress, which offers innovative solutions to address these challenges. Through research and innovation, we have the opportunity to create a more environmentally friendly and resilient future. In Cambodia, under the exceptional guidance of Samdech Akyat Mahasenapadej Cho Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, our government places high priority on science, technology, and innovation. We have implemented the strategic plans such as Cambodia Science, Technology, and Innovation Roadmap 2030 and the National Research Agenda 2025 to achieve economic objectives and effectively tackle those challenges. Cambodia is committed to harnessing the power of science and innovation for a prosperous and sustainable future. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, collaboration is crucial in this endeavor, necessitating the sharing of resources, expertise, and technologies to address effectively those global challenges. Our cooperation should transcend boundaries and ideologies. Let us embrace collaboration, leverage technology, and pool resources to protect our environment and achieve sustainable development. Together, we can make a lasting impact on our planet and future generations. Trusting in science, technology, and innovation, we can prosper together. Lastly, and of utmost importance, I would like to extend my congratulations to the government of the Republic of Cuba particularly Her Excellency Elba Rosa Perez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and Environment, for hosting this significant event. I would like to reiterate my recognition of the role of science, technology, and innovation in addressing the environmental challenges we are facing. As the government of Cambodia, we are steadfast in our commitment in supporting the Republic of Cuba's initiative to adopt a final declaration of the Group of 77 in China on the role of science, technology, and innovation in promoting sustainable development. I thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, Your Excellency Miguel, Minister of the Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Thank you. Distinguished members of the chair of this conference, distinguished delegates, I would like to start by congratulating the government of Cuba for holding this conference and giving us the opportunity to participate in this debate. I will not speak about my country specifically. I will refer to a problem affecting 34 countries and territories which are part of the Caribbean Sea. This is an issue creating an enormous environmental problem, calling for scientific advances to be able to understand the nature of them and be able to predict its behavior. We require new technologies to know how are we going to handle this, how to use this enormous biomass moving towards the Caribbean, already penetrating on a daily basis a region. And this requires innovation to develop new technologies. I'm referring to the sargassum, an enormous biomass volume, a macroalgae biomass emerging from a combination of water warming, the earth warming, the nutrients of the Amazon, phosphorus, nitrogen, the Sahara does generating iron, and also nutrients coming from the Congo River, from Angola, through marine currents, and they all create an enormous belt of sargassum moving from Western Africa to Yucatan, very close to the border of Cuba. This is a typical case of losses and damages caused by climate change. The countries of the Caribbean have no responsibility whatsoever in this warming process. However, we are among the most affected. First, because of our geographical location, estimates indicate that we will be ever more affected. When you look at the map, you realize that this area will be among the most affected. Second, because we are on the path of hurricanes. By the way, this is already the hurricane season. Category 4 and 5 hurricanes start to become more frequent, among many other problems, but right now we are being affected by the sargassum, which is a typical result of climate change. It is about this spot created in Western Africa, moving through the northwest, penetrating the Caribbean Sea, ending up in the 800 kilometers long of Quintana Roo, affecting the beaches of Cancun and penetrating the Gulf of Mexico. When it enters the Caribbean Sea, you can only have a way out through a path between Cuba and Mexico, 214 kilometers wide. This is almost a closed area. The average distance between one island and the other is around 7 to 80 kilometers. In the case of the bigger space is between Cuba and Mexico, 214 kilometers long. This is a mass spreading throughout 2.7 million square kilometers of the Caribbean Sea. It is 8 1,000 kilometers long, longer than the US territory, and the weight is estimated by around 30 million tons. Other estimates speak about 60 million tons in weight. The impact of sargassum has caused enormous damages and losses in the environment of our coasts and causing great damage in our beaches with a high economic cost. For you to have an idea, 5 days ago, this dispersed spot moving around the Caribbean Sea was of more than 20,000 square kilometers in area. This is not a compact mass weighing around 2.8 million tons. And on July the 2nd, it was moving around 20,000 square kilometers with a weight of approximately 2.7 million tons. This is what we are talking about here. These are huge figures, immense figures. The challenge is to understand what kind of use can we give to these huge biomass. So far we have no responses due to its dimensions. We do not know how to dry it up without having it rotten up. And when it is rotten, it becomes poison. 48 hours after coming ashore, the mass generates hydrogen, sulfur, and other toxic substances. This requires the articulation of all countries of the Caribbean, countries and territories alike, because it might happen that today there are countries that are not affected. We were not affected hardly 2 years ago. Before that, we saw sargassum, but during a very limited period of time. But right now, it stands along 10 months a year, and it continues to move towards the west. In the long term, we will all be affected. This is a big challenge to all of us. I repeat, there's only one solution. If the 35 countries and territories of the greater Caribbean, of the Caribbean basin, look for a way out to this problem with the support of all possible intelligences, with the adequate financial support, and with the knowledge, science, and innovation that could help us to find a solution and to find some sort of use for these huge biomass invading the Caribbean Sea. Thank you. Thank you very much, Miguel. We have taken note of that. Yesterday in the afternoon, we talked about this, and we have some initiatives in mind, and we will socialize them later on. In fact, this is an issue that is coming up very strongly, affecting our seas. Thank you. We will now continue. We will give the floor to the Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the Arab Emirates. We have a recorded presentation.
Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to join you today from the United Arab Emirates during our Year of Sustainability 2023. I thank the Honourable Minister El Barosa Perez Montoya and the Government of the Republic of Cuba for their warm invitation and the exceptional organization of this event. Your leadership and willingness to actively tackle discussions of such global significance and complexity truly personifies the commitment that we, as a global community, share towards a sustainable future. We meet today amidst a pivotal moment in human history, where our actions, decisions, and commitments will inevitably shape the course of our planet. We are at a crossroad. The direction we take will shape our planet, our economies, and the lives of our people. Our world faces unprecedented challenges: loss of biodiversity, climate migration, waste, food security, energy security, and pollution, all components of the climate debate. These issues have not appeared overnight. In fact, these crises, in their depth and breadth, transcend borders and time zones, making it unequivocal reality that our collective response must be equally comprehensive. The role of science, technology, and innovation in addressing these challenges is paramount. As ministers responsible for the environment, science, and technology, we bear the solemn responsibility to steward these powerful tools of change. I have faith that we will, and I believe we must support each other in that shared duty. Our collective vision in alignment with Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development is a testament to this commitment. From the vast deserts of the United Arab Emirates to the diverse landscapes of Cuba, our shared mission is to harness science and technology in service of life, well-being, and a healthier environment. We strive to create a world where knowledge, innovation, and human potential work in harmony to eradicate poverty, bolster resilience, and foster a holistic approach to development. Yet, we understand that the path towards this vision is challenging. We recognize the need for increased investment and resources, particularly in developing countries, to further scientific research and technological advancements. While we acknowledge the digital divide that hampers access to and the use of technology, we remain resolved to bridge this gap, for it is through inclusive growth that we will truly flourish. In the spirit of fostering equitable development, we reaffirm our commitment to strengthening partnerships and bolstering cooperation between the countries of the North and the South, as well as South-South collaboration. We aspire to create a global knowledge ecosystem, a testament to the shared wisdom of humanity, where every nation can access, utilize, and contribute to the wealth of scientific knowledge and technological innovation. Moreover, as we approach COP28, which the UAE will host in Dubai later this year, we must move beyond reassessing past commitments and deliver bolder action to keep the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees in sight. We must heed the warnings of climate science to curb greenhouse gas emissions and pursue comprehensive compliance with the Paris Agreement. In the United Arab Emirates, we have embraced this cause wholeheartedly, and climate action will take center stage on our national agenda at COP28. Furthermore, in line with the Year of Sustainability, we are committed to launching an array of projects and initiatives to support our Net Zero 2050 target. This groundbreaking initiative is the first of its kind in the MENA region, and we are determined to lead by example. Only through such collaborative action can we secure a sustainable and resilient future for generations to come. We also recognize the importance of restoring and conserving our planet's ecosystems. This delicate balance can only be achieved through an unwavering commitment to sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Lastly, we acknowledge the extraordinary potential of our youth in contributing to a sustainable future. Investing in quality education and nurturing their interest in science and technology are fundamental to empowering them to inherit this planet responsibly and resourcefully. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, while we face a myriad of challenges, the resolve of our global community, as evident in this gathering, fills me with hope. I invite you all to join us at COP28, where we will gather, share our knowledge and experiences, swap ideas, and of course, course correct to make a better and more sustainable world for everyone. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the minister. We will now give the floor to two ministers who are present here. We will give the floor, first of all, to the Minister of Water, Forest, Sea and the Environment of the Gabonese Republic. And we will now give the floor to the Minister of Environment and Biodiversity of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Gabon, you have the floor, please.
First, thank you, Minister, and to the Republic of Cuba for hosting us here in such a wonderful setting. I'm a scientist by training. I'm a minister today. My science is about climate change, forests, the history of the African rainforest and the future of the African rainforest. And so I keep an eye on science. And in the last 6 weeks, we've heard that new data shows sea level rise has doubled, 5 millimeters per year. There are twice as many climate refugees in 2022. We've lost at least 40% of the Himalayan glaciers. That means that over 1 billion people risk water crisis in coming decades. Science is critical to informing politics and politicians, but it's political leadership that is going to make the difference. In Gabon, we are 88% rainforest. We are one of the few net positive countries on Earth. We absorb over 100 million tons of CO2 every year net. And we're at about 25% of our ecosystems protected today. We're aiming for 30% before 2030. Protection, sustainable management of forests and ecosystems and oceans is critical to the solutions to the biodiversity crisis, the climate crisis, and that requires improved science, better policies, and investment. Finance for the global ecological transition has to be just. For climate, for biodiversity, for plastics and pollution. And for that to work, we have to transform the multilateral development banks and shift their mission to promoting sustainable development around the world. Improved coordination of the G77, improved South-South collaboration to find solutions and to maintain pressure on the developed world is critical. And Gabon stands ready to work with Cuba as president and with all of the G77 nations. As ministers, we discussed yesterday, South-South leadership is critical. Whether it's science, technology, we are the countries who are going to be the worst affected by climate change. And we cannot wait for the developed nations to act. We need to lead. We need to shame them into action. We need to be a strong force for change. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next speaker, please. Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Sustainable development is very important for all of our citizens and also for public authorities. At present, the G77 and China is an ideal instrument to deal with this multilateral issue and to reinforce the negotiation capabilities of our countries. Research should adopt every form according to the technological transformations it may promote. We should speak about innovation of products, policies, and markets. It is also very important for us to be able to connect all of these informations or innovations so that they could be put to the service of these goals technological innovation is just an answer. We must come up with solutions and develop strategies able to promote new strategies for sustainable development at the regional and international levels. We should connect ourselves to face climate change challenges with technological solutions. We should change our energy matrix. We should ensure food security and empower women. All of these are interrelated issues which are crucial for us to see to it that the concrete measures are taken to ensure sustainable development by means of science and research in the least developed countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this intergovernmental group, this climate change debate will emphasize the need for strengthen policy. With the participation of COP28, the G77 and China should work on the identification of the biggest challenges that we can face before COP28. This would be a very important part of the global effort to change political wheels so that we can have a sustainable energy matrix. Thank you, Minister. We now give the floor to Minister of Environment Climate Change of the Maldives. This is a recorded message.
Maldivas, por favor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to address this esteemed gathering today and represent my nation, the Maldives, a nation committed to sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Let me begin with expressing my gratitude to the host country, Cuba, and the organizing committee for convening this crucial meeting focused on harnessing the power of science, technology, and innovation to drive sustainable and inclusive growth. We must acknowledge the pressing challenges that underline the urgency of our collective action as we gather here today. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution threaten our planet and all its inhabitants. These challenges transcend national borders and demand a global response. The Maldives, as a small island developing state, is extremely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Our livelihood and existence are under threat from rising sea levels and intensified extreme weather patterns to the alarming erosion of our coastlines. However, we are unwavering in our pursuit of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. We recognize the crucial role that science and innovation will play in overcoming these challenges. We can mitigate the impacts of climate change, protect our ecosystems, and promote sustainable development through robust scientific research, technological advancements, and innovative approaches. In this regard, we commend the global efforts in furthering the agenda of sustainable development through platforms such as this meeting. We must foster collaboration and knowledge sharing among member states, working together to harness the power of science and innovation. By aligning our efforts, we can drive transformative change and pave the way for a sustainable future. To achieve our goals, it is imperative to enhance capacity building initiatives, promote technology transfer, and secure adequate finance. We call upon all member states to strengthen international cooperation and support, particularly for small island developing states, to accelerate progress towards sustainable development objectives. Furthermore, we acknowledge the need for inclusivity and equity in our pursuits. addressing the needs and priorities of marginalized communities, empowering women, and ensuring the meaningful participation of all stakeholders remain integral to our endeavors. By leaving no one behind, we can build a prosperous and sustainable future for all. In conclusion, let us seize this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. By embracing science, technology, and innovation, we can enhance our collective efforts to safeguard our environment, preserve biodiversity, and create a world that is environmentally sustainable for future generations. Thank you once again.
Excellent. Gracias a la ministra de Maldivas.
Thank you to the Minister of the Maldives. Now we will give the floor to the Minister of Indonesia. This is also a recorded message. We will have then Morocco, and after him, Nicaragua. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Teres Montoya, the Minister of Science, Technology and Environment, Republic of Cuba, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. I thank you for the invitation and appreciate the great efforts of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment, Republic of Cuba, to host this remarkable meeting. Indeed, this meeting is in line with the triple planetary crises that are interrelated and very urgent to overcome. Amid such crisis, there is no other choice but to take concrete action. It is my excitement to share with you our national priority program to address global crises, the climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. Indonesia continues its efforts to lead by example and implement the mandate of the UNFCCC, UNCCD, CBD, Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention, Minamata Convention, and Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Last year, Indonesia submitted enhanced NDC targeting emission reduction to 31.89% with national capacity and 43.2% supported by overseas cooperation. Indonesia's real achievement in reducing emission is undeniable. Indonesia's forest and other land use net sink 2030 has been one of the backbones of the action. In light of this, we have already had specific targets and corridors through the Indonesia Forest and Other Land Use Net Sink 2030 and its operational plan covers many aspects, among others, avoiding deforestation, conservation and sustainable forest management, increasing land rehabilitation for carbon sequestration in mangrove and peatland, prevention of biodiversity loss within forest and conservation areas, sink enhancement by accelerating afforestation and reforestation, affirmative policies on the community access to forest utilization, enforcement of environmental and forestry laws and regulation, as well as information dissemination and public literacy. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Indonesia has experienced a significant deforestation decline since 2014-2015, reaching the lowest record in decades at 115,000 hectares in 2021. It continued to decrease in 2022, reaching 107,000 hectares. These calculations were done using the national system and method known as the National Forest Monitoring System, which has been developed in Indonesia since 1995. In 2020 to 460,000 hectares, and in 2021 was 115,000 hectares. In 2022, it decreased further to 107,000 hectares. Contributing factors include peatland management, fire control, permits control, increased forest and mangrove rehabilitation, as well as law enforcement. Deforestation is seen to become an international instrument for controlling countries worldwide, particularly in the field of environmental and forestry issues. Globally, the Global Forest Watch tool is utilized which analyzes deforestation using satellite image interpretation system. Indonesia's experience emphasized that land inventory method for tropical countries need to be adapted due to diverse field conditions, mountains, valleys, steep hills, etc. Compared to some European countries, for example, they are relatively homogeneous with flat terrain and gently hills. Therefore, there is a need to develop approaches to modify land inventory methods specifically tailored for tropical countries. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Indonesia is fully support the global agenda to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, in line with our national policy and regulation in combating plastic waste and pollution. A zero waste, zero emission concept and action has also been designed for 2040 through the establishment and operation of waste recycling, domestic waste segregation, and implementing a circular economy. Collaboration involving the government among stakeholders has been initiated. Indonesia has also started preparation for managing methane from flares as part of efforts to reduce greenhouse gases emissions. In this context, there is a need for technology for which international cooperation needs to be built. Methane gas and hydrofluorocarbons reduction are conducted through a proper waste management, strengthening the governance of greenhouse gases emission from agriculture, and declining the use of hydrofluorocarbon refrigerants. Other challenge that we need to address is the illegal trade of mercury. International report has shown alarming increase of mercury global illegal trade. Indonesia, being one of the affected countries, finds it is necessary to work together to combat the illegal trade of mercury, given among others the transboundary nature of its activities and the obvious negative impacts of mercury use, both to human and the environment. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Indonesia continues and committed to scale up the implementation of an online and real-time water quality monitoring system using sensors integrated with data logger units, data transmission units, and a software system compatible for water quality monitoring in rivers, lakes, reservoirs, beaches, and seas, even water in industries for parameters required as indicators. On a broader landscape, air pollution control has also been implemented through, for installation of air quality monitoring system, AQMS, and its easily accessible index of air pollutant standard ISPO. The AQMS system is the backbone of air quality monitoring network, exploiting full benefits of automated and continuous monitoring equipment. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we need to continue work together in solidarity for more sustainable future and for future generation. We must be able to share and mobilize available science, innovation, technologies, knowledge, technical know-how, and financial resources to fill the implementation gap among countries. Great efforts, integrative and systematically with participatory and respect to ecology is necessary for countries to urge. Concrete action and implementation are key. All stakeholders must step up their action to address global crises, including climate change, biodiversity, soil degradation, contamination by plastic, hazardous waste, and various chemical substances by increasing the use of science, technology, and innovation. Congratulations for this meeting and have a fruitful result. I thank you.
Gracias. Muchas gracias a la ministra.
Thank you to the minister. We will now give the floor to Morocco. We also have a recorded message.
Adelante.
Go ahead, Minister.
Ministro.
Bonjour, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Good morning, Excellencies, ministers. Good morning to all participants. I would like to start by congratulating the Minister for the excellent organization deployed to hold this meeting. I feel very happy to be able to participate in this ministerial meeting, which takes place in the framework of the Sustainable Development Convention. I would have liked very much to be there with you, but unfortunately, out of force majeure reasons, I was not able to make it. The topic that is being discussed in this conference on science and technology for the environment is at the core of the priorities of our country, because these are the challenges that we must all face. The challenges facing humanity at present, which are about the need that we have to look for collective solutions to all these problems. Climate change affects indiscriminately not only our countries, they have a devastating impact on all sectors: agriculture, biodiversity. We have not been able to fully implement our capabilities for adaptation. Technological advances and the discoveries of the most recent generations for greater energy efficiency, resilience, artificial intelligence, which is also being applied in this area, offer to us immense possibilities to fight against the impact of climate change, against the impact of the greenhouse gases emissions, one of the main problems that we are faced with right now. Here in Morocco, have followed the guidelines of His Majesty the King, and we have started to implement the best solutions to fight climate change. We have contributed at the national level to the reduction of emissions by 40% by implementing a national plan for sustainable development, as well as a plan that has been implemented as from the year 2017 for the transition in the area of energy. Morocco is the leader in this sector, mobilizing huge potential, looking for energy efficiency. We foresee that we can generate power by the year 2030 with 52% of renewable sources. So Morocco will be included in the list of the most advanced countries in terms of the change of the energy matrix. This has to do with political willingness and the mobilization of all of our resources, as many as possible, in the interest of the achievement of these goals. When it comes to water resources, we are working in agriculture, and we are also trying to mitigate the impact of climate change on our agriculture. We have programs for the use of new technologies that could better adapt to climate change. In addition to all of these actions, in Morocco, we attach high importance to South-South cooperation, sustainable development, and our ministry is playing a central role in the creation of new partnerships with countries of the South from Africa through the agreements adopted at COP28. We have managed to improve the quality of our soils, strengthen predictions to fight climate change. We are very much involved with the Atlantic African states to establish cooperation programs that could improve climate conditions. We have consistently worked on sustainable development, the mitigation of climate change, the protection of our resources, always attaching a high priority to innovation through our Minister of Higher Education and Research. Right now, it has received 42 million euros in financing to develop all these relevant programs. Our country has also contributed as co-financiers of programs implemented by other countries. Ministers present in that meeting could attest to the implementation of these programs. We have several ongoing projects led by our minister to raise awareness among future generations on the importance of the protection of the environment through the involvement of young people in food security programs and environmental protection programs. Our planet demands us to do so collectively so that we can work together to transform our situation and have better opportunities to save the planet through global approaches. We will achieve that through the work with our youths, taking international cooperation to the highest possible stage. These challenges ahead of us would be overcome only if we work collectively. Thank you very much, Minister. I congratulate you again for sponsoring this conference. And I take this occasion to thank and greet all my colleagues present there in Havana. The Kingdom of Morocco is open to any sort of research, any sort of activity that could be done for the benefit of our future generations. Well, I have 3 announcements to make here. The first is that right now we are supposed to have a 20 minutes break to offer some coffee, water to stretch out. It is advisable for us to do so because climate change is threatening this session. Air conditioning is hardly felt, so outside the hot weather should be very strong. The second is that I would like to share with all delegates and heads of delegations an offer made by the doctor who was present here with us, Dr. Eduardo, president of BioCuba Pharma Group. So after 4 o'clock, after we have the dinner, we are organizing a group for those of you who might be interested to pay a visit to the Center of Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering in order to share with our colleagues there. You will receive a brief explanation on the development of biotechnology in Cuba. So after 4 o'clock, all delegates willing to visit that place, please inform so to your aide-de-camps. We have to organize transportation. I know there are some commitments in terms of bilateral meetings, but we wanted to organize a group visiting that place in case there are persons interested. The third announcement, all systems, whether in person or virtually, are being uploaded to the cloud so that it can be shared by all inside and outside the meeting. After these three announcements, although we have moved rather on schedule, we still have 6 more speakers to go from the first round. We will now offer a break. I ask you, please, to resume our session within 20 minutes. Right now, we have to leave the room. We have to go out and leave the room right now. Thank you very much. We will see you again within 20 minutes. the loss of biodiversity and species, which are all endangered. The global increases of temperatures of more than 1.1 Celsius degrees as a result of the carbon concentration representing 59 billion tons until the year 2019. Hurricanes are becoming ever more often. The scarcity of water and food insecurity. Therefore, we must implement the principle of historical common but differentiated responsibilities, which are the basis for environmental justice and climate justice with preparation. Madam Chair, Nicaragua firmly believes in multilateralism to address climate crisis, the environmental crisis, the crisis of values and fraternal principles as the only alternative to live in harmony with Earth. It is necessary to act. In 2022, we observed the 30th anniversary of the Rio Summit, and we are still to attain climatic results. Problems are becoming worse in many places of the planet. Despite the big efforts of the Republic of Cuba as chair of the G77 and China, in the recent meeting of the subsidiary organs of the UN climate change panel, we didn't see a significant progress in terms of climate financing because developed countries using new colonization methods are forgetting about their historical responsibility and implementing the Paris agreements. These environmental and climatic crisis has a local impact. It requires a response to the highest political level. Nicaragua reaffirms the commitment to work for a climate and environmental agenda that promotes cooperation with Christian, socialist, and fraternal principles, where the key actors could be the people, the community. Therefore, the illegal, coercive, unilateral measures should cease immediately. To ensure stability, peace, the fulfillment of environmental and climate goals, respecting the legitimate right to development by families, peoples, and nations of the world. Nicaragua counts on the national program to fight poverty and promote human development, to strengthen the model of families for good living, free from poverty, in peace and prosperity. We encourage international community without exclusions to concert our efforts to have a world of understanding, peace, justice, solidarity, and sustainable development in harmony with nature. Thank you. We will continue by giving the floor to Mrs. Jean Diane, Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. This is a recorded message. You have the floor, Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Greetings from Kigali. It is my pleasure to join you to share experiences of our respective countries on environmental challenges, science, technology, and innovation based on sustainable and inclusive, resilient development for all people. Rwanda, like many other developing countries, is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Despite our insignificant contribution to the problem, we face a range of climate-related issues due to our geographical location, socioeconomic factors, and reliance on climate-sensitive sectors such as then-fed agriculture. Rwanda's geographical position makes it susceptible to extreme weather events such as storms and landslides. And recently, we have lost the lives of 135 people due to landslides as an impact of climate change. As a country, we have decided to be part of the solution, and our strong commitment is demonstrated by our long-term Vision 2050, which inspired our NDCs and the revised Green Growth and Climate Resilience to build a climate resilient and low carbon economy. Clean technology as well as science are among the key pillars to achieve our targets. Additionally, Rwanda is a signatory of 17 different international conventions, including the UNFCCC. And we do hope that COP28 will make significant strides. We do hope to see a strengthened Warsaw International Mechanism for loss and damage, concrete outcomes in terms of mobilizing additional financial resources to assist developing countries in dealing with climate impacts, including the exploration of innovative financing mechanisms and scaling up financial assistance for vulnerable countries. We need refined methodologies for conducting the global stocktake to enhance concrete actions to ensure fulfillment of financial commitments, best practices adoption, and related implementation of the global goal on adaptation and national adaptation plans. The recent IPCC report indicated that there is still hope and the solutions are readily available. Let us not reinvent the wheel and maximize the available opportunities through strong partnership and collaboration. I would like to conclude my remarks by reiterating the commitment of Rwanda to climate action and extending my heartfelt gratitude to Cuba for the organization of the Group of 77 and China. I strongly believe that our joint commitment and dedication will play a crucial role in advancing the interests and the concerns of developing countries on the global stage. Thank you. I wish you productive discussions.
We now continue with the speaker, Menkose Manuel Ben Isimande, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of the Republic of South Africa. This is a recorded message.
Por favor, comprobar si tienen la conexión correcta.
Is the connection ready? Otherwise, we will give the floor to the next speaker.
Good evening, Program Director, the Cuban Minister of Science, Technology and the Environment, Madam Elba Rosa Perez Montoya, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Our sincerest apologies on behalf of Minister Nzimande, who had to join another meeting and has requested that I make these remarks on his behalf. The world is currently facing a number of environmental challenges, including water scarcity, climate change, food insecurity, ocean acidification, and biodiversity loss. Many of the drivers of these challenges are anthropogenic and threaten not just the stability and future of human societies, but many other forms of life on our planet. As you know, The world population has reached the 80 billion mark recently, further putting a strain in our finite resources. The United Nations Water Development Report of 2023 estimates that between 2 and 3 billion people experience water shortages. Approximately 800 million people face food insecurity. In Africa, the situation is even worse. As a result, the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, estimates that food production must increase by 70%. However, we cannot meet this demand using the same agricultural production and consumption regimes which got us to the problems we are facing today. While these problems are enormous, they are not intractable, provided we adapt the way humans interact with and draw resources from the Earth's life support system, informed by sound policy choices and the best that science and technology can offer us to rebalance pressures of our planetary system. We must harness new technologies such as artificial intelligence and quantum computing to significantly enhance our capacity for data analysis and modeling of important features of life support systems such as water, sanitation, crop and livestock, and energy production and management. While we should embrace the unprecedented growth of digital technologies and the significant opportunities they offer, we must not turn a blind eye to the potential risks they present. We must make sure that they are inclusive and do not widen the gap between the rich and the poor. And we must also strive to supply these revolutionary new technologies for the goal of creating a more equal, inclusive, and sustainable life for all the inhabitants of the earth. South Africa wishes this meeting well, and thank you so much, Chair, for affording us this opportunity.
We continue, and we give now the floor to the Honorable Sobukwe, Minister of Communication of Botswana, and this is also a recorded message.
Por favor, si tienen dificultades con la comunicación, hacerlo saber para poder seguir avanzando.
If there are problems with communications and connections, please let us know so that we can give the floor to the next speaker.
Por favor, propongo entonces.
I propose to continue with Mrs. Lydia Brito, Director General of UNESCO, Assistant Director General of UNESCO. Your Excellency, Mr. President Miguel Díaz-Canel, distinguished ministers, distinguished Minister Elsa Perez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and Environment, distinguished Mr. Bruno Rodriguez Parrilla, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba, distinguished ministers of the Republic of Cuba, distinguished ministers of Science and Environment, esteemed guests, it is an honor for us to make this contribution with a reflection on the work of UNESCO in these areas. It is also an honor and pleasure to celebrate today with all of you the great achievement of Cuban science, a member state that is fully committed with the work of UNESCO in science, technology, and innovation. Excellencies,
and complex world with more and global challenges related to climate change, loss of biodiversity, facing more and stronger natural disasters, and witnessing an increase in inequalities, when through our commitment to the 23rd Agenda, we pledge not to leave anyone behind. More than ever, scientific and technological advancements must embrace the universal values of justice, inclusion, and human rights. The human right to science, many times forgotten, has become a development imperative, and science must prioritize problem solving for the most disadvantaged segments of our society. UNESCO science programs aim at assisting countries for the development and implementation of science, technology, and innovation policies, promoting open science to make science more accessible, inclusive, and transparent, building and sustain the capacity of science communities through our International Basic Science Program and STEM education. We advocate the recognition and engagement of indigenous and local knowledge for sustainable policy-making processes, facilitating science diplomacy through regional and international cooperation in joint management of transborder natural resources and ecosystems in science and technology applications, which are key to achieve the SDGs, including to protect endangered species, to protect and restore biodiversity and ecosystems, to improve water management, to monitor changes in land use, and create early warning systems for climate-related disasters, such as droughts, floods, and hurricanes. Through our scientific programs in ecological and earth science, UNESCO hosts two of the largest global networks, the UNESCO World Network of Biosphere Reserves and UNESCO Global Geoparks Network, that are the home to millions of people. 2.7 million people alone live in the 748 biosphere reserves around the world, which are situated in 134 countries. Biosphere reserves cover more than 5% of Earth's land mass. The people who live in the biosphere reserves and geoparks are committed to embrace sustainable development, identifying local solutions to global challenges such as loss of biodiversity and geodiversity, climate change, or pollution. Another important UNESCO scientific program is the UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program that in its 9th phase focus on science for a water-secure world in a changing environment. In a holistic and creative manner, we address national, regional, and global complex water challenges and support building a sustainable and resilient societies. We need to expand our scientific understanding of water systems, improving technical capacities to manage them sustainably, promoting water diplomacy and cooperation, and enhancing education in all areas of integrated water management around the world. Excellencies, dear participants, it is important to innovatively develop science and technology, generate integrated scientific knowledge based on the various data and knowledge sources in support of an inclusive, sustainable development and achievement of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda. For that to happen, governments must embed in their decision-making processes the findings provided by the science community. We need more science, and we need more trust in science. UNESCO strengthens through our work in open science and STI policies the interface between science, policy, and society, a virtuous cycle to fight poverty, hunger, and disease. We continue to promote more education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as increasing our scientific communities and strengthening our STI ecosystems are key investments for a sustainable world. We strive to guarantee gender equality in science-related professions and open spaces for young people to pursue scientific careers. UNESCO programs are based in key principles of intersectorality, interdisciplinarity, international cooperation, and participation to ensure that scientific knowledge benefits all. UNESCO stands ready to support our member states through our scientific programs to improve science literacy and build a science culture so necessary for sustainable development and achievements of the SDGs. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Continuamos dando la palabra al excelentísimo señor.
And I would like to give the floor to Nonsa Marid, Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Cooperation from Tunisia. This is a recorded intervention.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to meet you today. As you know, in today's interconnected world, the need for global collaboration and the exchange of ideas have never been more crucial. With the growing challenges posed by climate change and environmental degradation, it is imperative to foster global-scale initiatives that promote the use of science, technology, and innovation to support sustainable development. Tunisia is migrating to new development model through its strategy vision for 2035. The National System of Scientific Research and Innovation has a fundamental role to play in this transition, as it forms the cornerstone of the knowledge economy. Aware of the importance of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the role of science, technology, and innovation as key means of their implementation, Tunisia is working on the integration of these goals in these policies and is fully supporting their implementation at regional and international levels. The Tunisia University has adapted to the pressing need to produce qualified graduates and scientists in the fields of renewable energy and the environment. More than 50 university training offers have been created for this purpose. We are developing quality research relations with all parts of the world. Tunisia is the unique country of Africa and the Arab world to be associated to the European Framework Programme for Research and Innovation, Horizon Europe. Tunisia has already its green transition strategy aiming to ensure sustainability and improve resource efficiency through appropriate governance, rational management of natural resources with the aim to reduce carbon intensity to achieve neutrality in 2050. STI and human capital development form one important pillar of the strategy aiming to develop environment, culture, knowledge, and qualification of human resources in the fields of environment protection, sustainable development, and the fight against the effect of climate change, and disseminate these values to various actors. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges of the green transition and the safeguard of the environment through science and innovation exceed the capacities of individual countries. Tunisia, like other countries, especially in the south, is particularly vulnerable to climate change. It has constantly called for cooperation and an effective pooling of efforts to better adapt to the climate emergency. We have launched a Climate Action Scholarship Scheme for 10 Pacific states, starting from the next academic year, allowing full scholarship and also academic places for PhDs, degrees in Tunisia, public universities in fields related to sustainable development. We are open to host more international students in the framework of South-South cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
We continue. We now give the floor to the Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago, which will be online.
Ministers, Excellencies, and delegations of G77 and China, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Chair. Firstly, let me congratulate Cuba for hosting this meeting. Today, I am pleased to shed light on a pressing issue of national importance, the environment and climate change. In particular, I want to address the unique challenges faced by Trinidad and Tobago as a small island developing state. Our twin island nation is blessed with breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and vibrant communities. However, we also face inherent vulnerabilities due to our size and geographical location. As such, it is imperative that we recognize the crucial role science and technology play in addressing these challenges and safeguarding our environment for generations to come. Due to Trinidad and Tobago's vulnerability to the adverse effects of climate change, it is imperative that we act swiftly and decisively to mitigate and adapt to these changes. Through scientific research and technological advancements, we can develop innovative solutions that protect our environment while promoting sustainable development. Our scientists and engineers have a crucial role to play in understanding the complex interactions between climate change and our ecosystems. By studying the impacts and gaps in nature, we can make informed decisions and develop effective strategies to protect our vulnerable coastal areas, conserve our unique biodiversity, and ensure the sustainability of our resources. One such application of data-driven decision-making is in the formulation of nature-based solutions to address both adaptation and mitigation needs. Nature-based solutions are essential in the fight against climate change. They utilize nature's capabilities to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. Nature-based solutions include reforestation, ecosystem restoration, sustainable agriculture, coastal protection, and biodiversity conservation. These solutions help to sequester carbon, enhance resilience, provide socio-economic benefits, and support sustainable development. Nature-based solutions also offer cost-effective approaches that address climate challenges while preserving ecosystems and supporting local communities, ensuring that investment bears fruit on multiple fronts. Furthermore, technology empowers us to embrace renewable energy sources and reduce our carbon footprint. Trinidad and Tobago, known for its oil and gas industry, is making strides to transition towards a low-carbon economy. We are exploring renewable energy infrastructure, such as solar and wind power. Embracing green technologies would not only help us mitigate climate change, but also create new job opportunities and stimulate economic growth. However, addressing the challenges of the environment and climate change requires more than scientific and technological advancements alone. It necessitates collaboration and partnerships between the government, academia, private sector, and civil society. We must foster a culture of environmental stewardship, raising awareness about the importance of sustainable practices and the conservation of our natural resources. It is through collective action that we can create a transformative impact and ensure a sustainable future for Trinidad and Tobago and our planet. Thank you.
Give the floor to Dr. Monica General Usanza, Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation of the Republic of Uganda.
Se encuentra la ministra de Uganda.
The Minister of Uganda.
The Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation from Uganda. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a proven fact that application of science, technology and innovation is a gateway to development. However, it appears that we are yet to come up with a well-balanced formula for science, technology, and innovation to generate sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development, which we crave for. It should not be overlooked that the current challenges related to damage of the environment, including climate change, are in fact a product of asymmetrical and irresponsible application of science, technology, and innovation. This resulted in immense wealth and development for some, while damaging the environment and perpetuating poverty and underdevelopment in many parts of the world, especially the Global South, to which many members of the G77 belong. The structure of that science, technology, and innovation embedded within it embedded within factors which created asymmetries, making significant parts of the world unable to prioritize their development needs, and they were relegated to act as a source of cheap raw materials and as a market for expensive imported finished products. Today, as we talk about science to address climate change, we must not recycle the same mindset and structures which perpetuate scientific and technological disadvantage and dependence of the Global South on the thinking and ideas from the North as the source of knowledge, tools, and innovation. It is Uganda's assertion that we must overhaul this unquestioned stance if we are serious about creating sustainability, resilience, and inclusivity in development, and thus addressing the challenges of the environment. Today, as we heard from the International Meteorological Organization, that presentation can be summarized as follows. One, science is doing a good job at tracking the damage to the environment which we are causing. But number two, we don't really have any scientific tools and innovations which are effectively reversing the damage. Uganda contributes insignificantly to global emissions, yet our population and economy are suffering greatly from the secondary and tertiary effects of climate change. Because of the asymmetrical development of technology, while developed countries no longer depend on wood fuel as a source of energy, poor communities in Uganda have no choice but to cut down trees to get fuel. We now suffer from mudslides, floods, and unpredictable weather, which affects our health and our ability to thrive. While this may sound remote to many, we should not forget that Uganda is the source of the River Nile, upon which many nations depend for water and production. And it's also the source of the home to the Lake Victoria, which is one of the world's freshwater lakes. Interestingly, most of the science is currently focused on addressing problems of those who have generated the climate change crisis, and very little on those who are suffering as victims. Uganda therefore wishes to intervene as follows. 1. Science, technology, and innovation should focus on enabling developing countries to address challenges of poverty and underdevelopment. Every population has a right to basic infrastructure which promotes productivity, such as electricity, roads, bridges, and irrigation. But every time Uganda tries to do something, we are faced with severe activism from the global community, trying to stop us from harnessing any of these resources we were hitherto unable to harness. Poor communities do not really care about the environment. So when science is designed to exclude the others, inequity eventually puts everybody at risk. I wish to challenge the members of the G77, especially the Global South, and especially those of us from the African continent, to take more ownership, responsibility, and participate in the creation of scientific knowledge, tools, and innovations that engender development. We must stop delegating thinking to others. The challenge of the environment, including climate change, demands that we all begin to think. It represents not only new challenges, but also significant technological shifts, and therein lie opportunities for us to think and be part of developing the technologies. Science, technology, and innovation should work to develop industries and trade among members. Many of us, when we talk about science, technology, we are waiting to receive it from others. But when we get the courage, we can do so much. For example, Uganda is positioning as a net source of green energy solutions rather than a net importer. For that purpose, we have invested whatever little resources we have in developing e-mobility solutions. Uganda envisions an integrated, clean, reliable, and sustainable mobility ecosystem using 100% mobility in public transport and 50% in passenger vehicles by 2040. If there are other countries in the G77 working on other packages of solutions, by the time we finish, we will have sufficient trade based on value-added products among ourselves. Lastly, we should be careful to ensure that science, technology, and innovation is not used for coercion and compelling communities to adopt cultures and behaviors from elsewhere, but we should be more respectful. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Republic of Cuba for the warm reception and the Minister of Science, Technology, and Environment for such a wonderful organization. Thank you.
Now give the floor to the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Yemen.
My speech in Arabic and my friend Mariam will help me in the translation. معالي وزيرة العلوم والتكنولوجيا والبيئة في جمهورية كوبا، أصحاب المعالي الوزراء، السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود، المشاركين جميعا.
Su Excelencia El Barroso.
Your Excellency El Barroso Perez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and the Environment. Your Excellencies, Ministers present here, ladies and gentlemen, members of the delegation, participants all.
جزيل جمهورية كوبا وشعبها العظيم على هذه الدعوة المشاركة في هذا الاجتماع الهام ضمن مجموعة 77 زائد الصين، والتي تناضل من أجل تحقيق العدالة للتنمية والعيش بكرامة والشراكة الفاعلة للدول النامية والدول الأقل نمو عن قضاياها للدفاع عن قضاياها البيئية وتحقيق الرفاه لشعوبها والعيش بسلام وتناغم مع الطبيعة.
It is a pleasure for me to express our deep appreciation to the Republic of Cuba and its great people for inviting us to attend this important meeting within the G77 plus China that strives for achieving justice and development, a decent life, and an effective partnership among developing countries and less developed countries.
عديدة منها الأحداث المناخية المتطرفة أو الأعاصير والفيضانات التي تضرب الكثير من بلداننا ومنها بلدنا اليمن التي أصبحت فريسة للأعاصير المتكررة والتي أحدثت وتحدث خسائر كبيرة في البنية التحتية والمنشآت وتجرف الأراضي الزراعية وتزهق الأرواح وتحدث آثار كارثية في المناطق الساحلية.
Climate change has had diverse impacts in terms of extreme meteorological events. We see the cyclones, floods that have hit many countries, particularly Yemen. Yemen has been the victim of such hurricanes that have caused significant damage to our environment and human losses, as well as damages to agriculture. With catastrophic consequences for our coastal area.
وزيادة مستويات التلوث وإلى تفاقم المشاكل الخطيرة التي تواجه الدول النامية وكذلك عدم المساواة وانعدام الأمن الغذائي.
Likewise, climate change has caused lost biodiversity loss, increased levels of pollution, worsening of structural problems faced by developing countries, and causing increased inequality, poverty, and therefore threaten food security.
القائمة في اليمن والدائرة مع الميليشيات الانقلابية منذ 8 سنوات في اليمن.
This has had a very damaging impact in Yemen due to the war between the militia for 8 years now and the conflicts caused by the need to have water. In the last decades, the G77 plus China has achieved many goals. It has a single vision regarding many aspects in many fields.
ومنها الدورة الخامسة لجمعية الأمم المتحدة للبيئة التي انطلقت منها المفاوضات العالمية لإنهاء التلوث البلاستيكي وإقرار الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة بالحق العالمي في بيئة نظيفة وصحة ومستدامة.
Grandes logros se han obtenido a través de la
There have been great achievements through negotiations, meetings, and conferences, like the establishment of a special fund to address the effects of climate change.
كنا نأمل منها الكثير ولكن الأمور تسير ببطء شديد لتنفيذ الالتزامات.
No obstante, aún
However, this is not enough. We have made progress, but very slowly, and we have not been able to honor all our commitments.
المناخية المتعددة بقرارات مهمة مثل قرار إنشاء صندوق مخصص للخسائر والأضرار والتمويلات الإضافية عن اتفاق باريس، لكن في الواقع لم يتحقق الأشياء اليسيرة.
Queremos insistir en la
We want to insist on the importance of what has been achieved with the fund that was established and the Paris Agreement and the financing However, we have not been able to make progress
من أجل تجسيد تحقيق الأهداف المشتركة لمجموعتنا.
Finally, and on behalf of the Republic of Yemen, we want to reiterate our congratulations to our friendly Republic of Cuba and stress the importance of unity, solidarity, collaboration, and actions to materialize the common objectives of the G77 plus China through constructive dialogue to materialize the aspirations of our countries as well as justice, development, living in peace in our planet.
الشعب الكوبي الصديق في رفع الحصار السياسي والاقتصادي المفروض عليه منذ أكثر من نصف قرن، وأشكر حسن استماعكم.
Asimismo, queremos hacer.
Likewise, we want to express the solidarity of the Republic of Yemen with the friendly Cuban people, as well as our support in the struggle to lift the economic and financial and commercial blockade imposed on the island for more than half a century now. Thank you for listening.
Now we would like to give the floor to Honorable Sir Jean-Baptiste, Minister of Environment, Silviculture and Tourism of Namibia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, fellow ministers and Your Excellencies, head of delegations. Allow me first and foremost to thank the Republic of Cuba for organizing and hosting this successful meeting, and also thank the friendly people of Cuba for a warm reception accorded to my delegation. Namibia views the environment, science, technology, and innovation nexus as an imperative to achieving sustainable development goals. We call for concerted efforts to combat climate change, especially when making resources available from developed to developing countries so that we achieve our targets under national determination contributions. Additionally, we further call for the immediate implementation of Article 6 under the Paris Agreement, as well as the operationalization of the loss and damage special funds and the capitalization of the adaptation fund to fully respond to the impact of climate change in the world. Developed countries under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change should walk the talk under the climate change commitments. We therefore would like to call on the members of this group to collaborate and share relevant experiences to tackle climate change. In 2023, Namibia is now in the process to commence with its green hydrogen project. The project aims to transform the Namibian economic landscape through the use of sustainable and renewable energy. This is a classic cross-cutting environment, science, technology, and innovation interfaces. Chairperson, Namibia will forever remain grateful for the sacrifices made by the people of Cuba in supporting Namibia attaining its friendly and its independence. The freedom we fought hand in hand with the Cuban people to ensure Namibia's self-determination. Namibia therefore stands in solidarity with the Cuban people, and we unreservedly call for an immediate end of unjustifiable sanctions imposed on the people of Cuba.
The people of Cuba have endured the suffering for too long under such barbaric embargo imposed on them for no reason. We should accept as peace-loving nations that such imposition of sanctions on Cuba cannot stand in a civilized world today. Chairperson, thank you for your humble attention. Thank you.
We're continuing now. Give the floor to Walter Mauricio Nansefet, Deputy Minister of Science and Technology of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Thank you. Madam Minister Elba Rosa Perez Montoya, our ministers, high authorities on science, technology, environment of the G77 and plus China. My state thanks the leadership and management of the Ministry of Science, Technology, Environment of the Republic of Cuba in convening this 14th meeting. Likewise, you can count on our cooperation for the development of a dialogue in a multi-crisis, or in a planet that is facing different crises. The principles of the G77 plus China has provided the means for countries of the South to articulate and foster social, environmental, and economic goals, to strengthen capacity for negotiation and South-South cooperation mechanism. That is why the voices of the South have been decisive in determining different international negotiations like the Convention on Biological Diversity have acknowledged the need to build capacities and access to innovation, science and technology, and mobilize greater public financing to reduce the gap between South countries and industrialized countries. This will allow our countries to assume voluntary commitments in terms of mitigation and alternative approaches, efforts to protect the environment without sacrificing the development of our peoples and nations. Likewise, in a historical agreement, we have been able to establish new financial mechanisms to compensate for the damage caused by climate change. Today, we have witnessed the social and economic impacts of climate change. These consensus are fragile and compel us to keep ourselves united so that the different interests will not undermine the objectives of vulnerable groups like indigenous populations, the elderly, women, children, and vulnerable sectors in communities that depend on our solidarity. That is the commitment we share as a country. These challenges, together with others linked to the development of science, technology, and innovation, scientific information, and know-how are world heritage. We must pave the way for integral development to eradicate hunger and poverty, to produce food, provide basic services, develop our industries, and attract new energy sources for our peoples and nations. We need to design and implement partnerships and technological transfer that will allow the comprehensive development of our people, respecting different ideas, approaches, scopes, doing away with monopolistic ideas. This cannot be a negotiable commodity that will benefit a few and enrich enrich a few. As world heritage, they cannot be the monopoly of few countries. They cannot be an instrument of power and control. Science and technology should be instruments to free our country, establish solidarity, complementarity, fair exchanges. That they should be instruments for respectful relations between nations in harmony with our Mother Earth. As the plurinational state of Bolivia, we want to congratulate these spaces for exchanges on science, technology, innovation to encourage sustainable development and to fight or address the different crises we are facing, to increase solidarity, coordination, to implement projects in the South for the post-pandemic recovery of our ecosystems according to the needs of all our countries. Thank you.
Ahora le tocamos la palabra.
I'll give the floor to His Excellency Ignacio Arrua, Deputy Minister for Social Development of Brazil.
Todos e a todas, amigos e amigas.
Good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I represent Minister Luciana Santo at this meeting of Science, Technology and Environment from G77 plus China. I greet all those authorities present at this meeting, especially our Cuban hosts, to whom we thank for the honor of the invitation. We know that science, technology, innovation are pillars of national development. In Brazil, the annual expenditure in science and technology, including both the public and private sectors, reaches approximately $20 billion. Of this total, around 60% comes from public investment. Always reflecting the aspirations of Brazil as a developed and inclusive nation, our ministry develops national programs that leverage the country's capacity in strategic areas such as industrial and technological health, complex information and communication technologies, aiming at the digital transformation of the country, energy transition, the space program, the nuclear program, and critical technologies in the area of defense. We also prioritize the structuring of an integrated development program for the Amazon, with a focus on biotechnology and the sustainable exploitation of the region's biodiversity. With the return of President Lula, the climate issue became a strategic priority at the highest level of government. We do not condone anymore with climate denialism, and as a sign of goodwill, we will host in 2025 the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention, COP30, hosted for the first time in an Amazonian state. The Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation is responsible for the Brazilian national communication to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In addition, it develops platforms and systems to support the elaboration and monitoring of public policies related to climate change. Aware that biodiversity can be the key to a better future, both in terms of social and economic well-being, our ministry has been making efforts to know, catalog, monitor, and understand the functioning of Brazilian ecosystems, including its forests, grasslands, savannas, and wetlands, in order to conserve and use them well without harming the environment. However, beyond those sectoral initiatives, we believe that the fight against climate change in Brazil and in other developing countries must be associated with the fight against the various forms of inequality. President Lula's strong message is that one cannot prioritize only the climate issue while people continue to die of hunger in many countries around the world. That is why the Secretariat of Science and Technology for Social Development was recreated within the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Our mission is to make science and technology benefit the poorest layers of the population, reducing hunger and poverty, and promoting social inclusion. We work for the policies of science dissemination, scientific education, social technology, solidarity economy, assistive technologies, food and nutritional security, and the relationship of science with the multiple forms of knowledge. Finally, I want to say that Brazil is open to South-South cooperation. Just yesterday, I met with representatives of the Cuban government to study possibilities for bilateral cooperation in biotechnology applied to health, food safety, renewable energies, and academic networks. We also hope to collaborate with other developing countries, with G77 plus China and other nations or developing countries. We share common challenges and potentials. I also want to strengthen the purpose of the government of President Lula to fully condemn, the longest and most terrible blockade against the people, a blockade sponsored against the Cuban people. Brazil shows its solidarity with the strong resistance of the Cuban people. You can count on Brazil so that together we can advance the agenda of science and technology for the environment with a focus on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. Strong embracement by President Lula and the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, and thank you very much for listening.
We now give the floor to Diana Laguna, Deputy Minister of the Environment of the Sister Nation of Panama.
Muy buenas tardes a todos, ministros, ministras.
Good afternoon, ministers, vice ministers, delegates to this interesting forum. First of all, I would like to express my satisfaction for being able to participate in this meeting and to appreciate the government of the Republic of Cuba, a sister nation, for such a warm hospitality. Climate change in the world is unequivocal. The human influence has made the ocean and the earth to be warmer. In 2022, the average temperature was 1.15 centigrade degrees above the average of the period 1950 to 2000. These were the 8 hottest years we have ever recorded, according to the archives, as from 1950. According to new climate change contributed by the World Meteorological Organization, there are 50% probabilities so that between 2023 and 2027, the average temperature in the Earth will go through 1.15% up. And these probabilities will increase as time goes by. Projections show that there is already a frequency observed in intense precipitations, heavy snowing, and heavier rainy seasons. The projections show that it is quite likely for tropical hurricanes will increase, as well as the intensity of the winds and the rainfall accompanying them. In the specific case of Panama, we expect that by the year 2050, the temperature increase during daytime will range from 2 to 4 centigrade degrees, and the minimum temperatures will increase by 2 to 5 centigrade degrees. In some regions of the country, we expect that there would be a reduction of rainfall below the rates of 1950 surrounding the hydroelectric power stations in the country, thus affecting the food security in Panama. We project significant increase of rainfall that would indicate torrential rains in the vulnerable regions, causing floodings and landslides. Regarding the sea level, projections indicate that 2.1% of the total area of Panama will suffer from coastal floodings by the year 2050. In the small islands, as it is the case for Gunayala, on the Caribbean coast area, the sea level rise will lead to storm waves and affecting infrastructures and settlements and essential facilities, supporting the means of subsistence of these island communities. The deterioration of coastal conditions as a consequence, for example, the erosion of beaches or decoloration of corals will affect our local resources. It is indispensable for a much more accurate decision-making process to have scientific analysis such as the result of regional and local scenarios. These are extremely important instruments that will make it possible for us to know the way in which human activity will continue to affect the climate, to know possible risks and vulnerabilities of our ecosystems, production systems, population, the vegetable coverage due to the irreversible increase of the surface temperature. Decision making and the planning of the economic and social development of our countries should be based on science, technology, and innovation. In addition to that, we can mention that at present, all countries are engaged in the review of their strategies and national biodiversity programs to align their national goals to the World Biodiversity Framework as a result of the UN Convention on Biodiversity during the COP15 on December 2022. We should take into account the basis of this global framework, the report of the Fifth World Perspective of Biodiversity of the UN, with 8 necessary transitions, and then to stop the ever-growing deterioration of nature. The transition in the land and the forest, preserving ecosystems, restoring ecosystems, coping with degradation, reversing it, and making a much more accurate landscape planning. Transition to sustainable agriculture by redesigning agricultural systems through agroecological approaches to increase productivity. The transition towards sustainable food systems. The transition towards a sustainable ocean and fishing by restoring marine and coastal ecosystems, transitions in the cities and infrastructures by installing green infrastructures and making room for nature in the landscapes built with the purpose of improving the health and living quality of citizens. Transition towards a sustainable fresh water, transition towards sustainable climate, transition towards health, including biological diversity. In the exercise of countries to design their national goals aligned with the present biodiversity framework, we should take into account the needs, and priorities to strengthen the creation and development of capabilities to implement national biodiversity strategies, and to propose the establishment of national programs to strengthen our capabilities to transfer technology, to engage in scientific and technological cooperation through South-South cooperation. We know that a polluted planet will endanger the health of humanity, prosperity, equality, and peace, as we saw it very clearly after the COVID-19 pandemic. A polluted planet will jeopardize the achievement of the SDGs. This triple sanitary emergency is the main threat to our own existence, so we have to make urgent efforts to change the path of things. We have to change our economies and societies. We have to promote production systems and knowledge systems. The new normality should be a better, more inclusive, more just, and more equitable normalcy. This requires profound changes and intelligent strategies to be able to achieve sustainable development, inclusive and resilient development, and to have a better integrated, fraternal planet. We have to raise awareness. Technology and innovation, this is our commitment and our responsibility. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Mr. Sasang Obing, Ambassador of the Arab Syrian Republic to Cuba. You have the floor, sir.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, ministers present here, good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the government of the Arab Syrian Republic and the Minister of Local Administration and the Environment, Engineer Hussein Mahmoud, he apologizes for not being able to attend this very important meeting, and I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Cuba for having organized this meeting in Havana, which adds value to the work of the G77 and China and confirms the need to strengthen cooperation among the countries of the South to be able to cope with the big and difficult challenges posed before science, technology, and innovation. Those challenges that have been thoroughly mentioned by my colleagues before me. We congratulate Cuba for this meeting and we wish it a lot of success. We thank the Minister of Science, Technology, and the Environment of Cuba, Her Excellency Elba Rosa Perez Montoya, as well as the organizers of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I convey fraternal greetings of Syria to all member countries of these excellent G77 and China. Friends of Cuba, friends of Syria. Syria is engaged in the reparation of the damages caused by terrorism in recent years, which caused a lot of environmental destruction in densely populated areas as a result of the destruction of factories and essential works of infrastructure, with the consequent risk this has for public health and the displacement of millions of civilians. So there were toxic substances released into the atmosphere which are harmful for human and animal health as well as the environment. The northeastern region of Syria is going through the worst drought in the last 70 years, according to the UN. In addition to climate change, The conflict with Turkey is threatening the supply of water and power for millions of persons who are deprived from fresh and drinkable water. Turkey invaded the territory along the northern part of Syria using water as a weapon, as a property of Turkey. The government has adopted measures and adopted several resolutions focused on the environmental dimension, the most important of which is the law on investments number 18 of 2021, encouraging community sustainable development. We are currently engaged in a process of reconstruction and restoration of our country. We would welcome all friendly countries of this group with the possibility to help Syria to do so. We will deeply appreciate it. This process is becoming very difficult because of the unilateral illegal sanctions imposed by Europe and the US against Syria, which we strongly condemn, as much as we condemn the criminal blockade and the US sanctions against Cuba and the Cuban people, our brother people of Syria, for more than 60 years. We joined those voices calling for the reinforcement of solidarity and cooperation among the members of the G77 and China, and we support the access of all to science and to scientific and technological achievements in the interest of the development of our countries. We support the successful outcome of this meeting and the adoption of the declaration reflecting the successful work of this meeting, a declaration reflecting the concerns of all countries, as well as the important cooperation that should exist among the countries of the group and the South-South region. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Mr. Antonio Michaud, Director of the National Institute of Environmental Conservation of Equatorial Guinea. You have the floor, sir.
Con la venia de la sala, excelentísimos señores,
Excellencies, authorities of the sister nation of Cuba, ministers, heads of delegation, all the countries present here, Excellencies, ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps present here, ladies and gentlemen, after observing all due protocols, I have the honor of taking the floor on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Amiango, Minister of Forests and the Environment of Equatorial Guinea. Out of reasons of his own personal agenda, he has not been able to make it here despite his desire to be present here. But I would like to thank the government of the sister nation of Cuba for the invitation and the hospitality offered to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Havana. I likewise take this occasion to congratulate the Cuban government for organizing this very important meeting for humanity. My country, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, is located in the Congo Basin that dates back to the Pleistocene. We have a very high responsibility in the world towards the protection of this ecological legacy of humanity. Therefore, we need friends to engage in a multifaceted cooperation to cope with this big challenge. Therefore, Equatorial Guinea is among the first countries ratifying the environmental conventions in the world. We are also part of the organizations of the Central African sub-regional organizations, CONIFA, CERDAC, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, Equatorial Guinea has made great efforts to protect the environment. We have drafted several strategies to cope with climate change. For example, the National Adaptation Program against Climate Change for the preservation of biodiversity. We have drafted a national program of action against the desertification and the degradation of soils. More and more we realize that biodiversity as well as ecosystems are not receiving appropriate attention, the attention they deserve in this regard. We would like to say that only affected countries, the developing countries, are paying attention to this problem. It is unbelievable to realize that nature is offering to us the possibility to live better, but we are degrading our nature and missing the opportunity of protecting nature. Not all of us are aware of the fact that nature is waiting for our capacity to react. We still lack sensibility to implement these efforts, taking heed of all the warnings given to us by nature. Biodiversity indicators show that nature is losing its biocapability, which could harm life on this planet. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the current meeting on science and innovation of the G77 and China is an opportunity for Equatorial Guinea, regardless of the authorities of this department in charge of forest and environment. Our people has created institutes such as the National Institute of Forest and Protected Areas, the National Institute for the Preservation of the Environment, NCOMA, in order to cope with the challenges in terms of innovation, technology, and science. But we need support. We are open to promote cooperation at the level of the G77 and China. We are open to every support in order to implement all strategies necessary to cope with these big challenges in the interest of the protection of the environment. We hope that this meeting could define concrete goals so that science and innovation in terms of climate change and biodiversity could be implemented in all of our countries within the G77 and China, because only through sincere cooperation, the exchange of technology, and the promotion of science can we return to the planet its biodiversity capabilities. It would be necessary to engage into a multifaceted cooperation. We need multidimensional cooperation frameworks instead of unidimensional frameworks. We need to assign funds to actors directly involved in these tasks. We should not have just a handful of bureaucratic actors. I will conclude by calling on all parties to overcome social barriers by defining a roadmap with concrete goals. These will effectively show our responsibility towards biodiversity, promoting life. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Continuamos otorgándole la palabra.
I now give the floor to Mr. Maned Mohamed, Director General of the Office for the Technological and Scientific Agreement for the Kuwait Scientific Institute.
Thank you very much. Let me start with thanking you for the Republic of Cuba for hosting and organizing this important meeting for the Group 77 and China. I am, of course, the General Manager of Kuwait Institute of Scientific Research, which is the technical arm of the Kuwaiti government. We all know that environmental problem is cross-border, and unless governments, institutes around the world work together through open science, open technology, these problems cannot be solved. We are facing with the global warming around the world, affecting everybody. We are facing now with the microplastic around the world. And researchers should get together, work together, exchange information and knowledge to be able to tackle these difficult problems around the world. Also, in Kuwait, we have a vision in 2035 to have 15% of our electrical need in Kuwait to be from renewable resources, working with everybody around the world to reduce the emission of CO2 emission. And in this regard, I have to mention that we are here today to sign an MOU with the government of Cuba, between Kuwait and Cuba, for technology and science cooperation. And I hope very soon will our scientists in Kuwait and the scientists in Cuba, they'll work together on scientific project to tackle this problem, environmental problem. Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, established 50 years ago, and one of the first activity we had at our institute is the environment. We are paying a lot of attention to this problem. There's some local problem, of course, and there's also global problem, and we are working with everybody around the world to solve this problem. I wish all success to this meeting, and I hope we continue working together to fight these problems. And thank you very much.
Ahora compartimos entre todos un mensaje
Now we share a message from Dr. Suma Momba, Secretary General of RAMSA, about wetlands of great international impact.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to be speaking on behalf of the Convention on Wetlands at the meeting, at this high-level ministerial meeting of the group of G77 in China under the Cuban presidency. It's a pity I cannot be with you there in Havana, Cuba. But I want to recognize that at this high-level meeting, you're really meeting to promote dialogue and really look at the cooperation around sustainable development in light of and using science, technology, and innovation in advancing the agenda of SDGs. I strongly support the draft declaration that you've put together because it talks about the elements of sustainable in a very inclusive and resilient way to look at development. It also recognizes the role of science and technology and innovation in advancing the very three pillars of the sustainability, which are social, environmental, and economic. It emphasizes the need for the holistic nature of looking at these issues. I also did note that it acknowledges the very fact that it's important to look at the element of climate change, especially from the perspective of climate change adaptation and mitigation. And as you advance towards COP28, which is happening in December, in looking at the losses and damage issues that are advancing in the world and the very problems that the world is experiencing. So therefore, the interrelatedness of these issues is very, very critical. But we've seen how nature has been affected and how we've seen this planetary crisis, the three elements of the planetary crisis, wreaking havoc on the planet in relation to climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And this is why I'd like to really amplify the need to recognize the role of wetlands within the sustainability agenda in relation to the work that you're doing around the science, technology, and innovation agenda. As a global multilateral entity, the Convention on Wetlands has 172 contracting parties with well over 2,500 sites. And as such, wetlands are very central to dealing with these very elements of the triple planetary crisis. In fact, many wetland systems, particularly peatlands and coastal mangrove systems, have been very important and instrumental in capturing carbon and not making sure that these are spewed up into the planetary space where we're seeing more global warming. As such, wetlands are very pivotal and also instrumental and important in reducing poverty because they are connected to livelihoods and also connected to the economic dimension of our planetary issues. As such, I really would like to say that we need to also track progress around the SDGs, which we are also a part of because we are co-custodian on SDG 6.61, focusing on the very elements of the water extent of wetlands and freshwater systems. As we look to the future, we also need to learn from the past. Why does it matter that we learn from what we've done before in going and advancing the agenda towards the future? As such, I'd like to wish you all the very best deliberations and really look forward to hearing the outcome of this G77 in China meeting there in Cuba and see how we can support you from the Secretariat of the Convention on Wetlands. Thank you very much.
With this statement, we close all the presentations. And we apologize to all participants here and virtual participants because we cannot continue with these presentations. I believe that the program has been quite adopted and we still have to submit to your consideration the declaration and its approval. We have spent months in the process of reconciling this declaration. It includes many of the messages we have all shared here. I believe it is a declaration that has been able to take into account all the remarks relayed by each and every country. And we now have uploaded into the cloud. These adds to all the arrangements made by our diplomatic missions in member countries with the help of Pakistan as chair of the environmental segment of the G77 and China, as well as the assistance by other multilateral systems. So all we have left here is to submit it to your consideration and approval. These declarations should be known by all in order to successfully conclude this stage of the process, this important stage of the process.
Bueno, si todos están de acuerdo.
If everyone agrees, please raise your hand.
Por favor, tomar la acreditación.
Please, you could take your badge and raise your badge in case you agree with the declaration.
Pido la palabra, Presidencia.
I would like to ask for the floor, Mr. Chairman. I am from the delegation of Peru. Mr. Chair, representatives of the G77 and China, we have considered the adoption of the final declaration containing all the points discussion at this debate. We understand that the opinions expressed in this meeting will be somehow incorporated into this declaration. Allow me to suggest a change in paragraph 13. In case it is not possible, we wanted to place on the records of the meeting the modification of this paragraph. We would like to send it in writing to the Secretariat. The language used here was the one used at the Ibero-American Summit of Heads of State and Government.
¿Me pudiera esclarecer?
Could you please clarify your suggestion? Paragraph number 13. So we are taking note of your proposal and we will take it into account as part of the memories, of the memoirs of this meeting. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the organization of this meeting, and we would like to congratulate Cuba for this. I would like to apologize the absence of the Minister of Uruguay. He was not able to participate in the virtual meeting that had been previously scheduled. And third, I coincide with my colleagues from Peru regarding Article 13. We would like to draft it just like follows. They express their concern of the present world of these multilateral crisis with a disproportionate impact, and so on and so forth. And I will suggest to delete the unjust prevailing international economic order and to delete the systemic problems. And I will leave the rest as it is. Yes, likewise, I would suggest you to submit it in writing so that we can include it somehow in the declaration. I believe that there is no substantial change in the sense of the declaration. We can include it. So you want me to give it to you in writing? Yes. Your proposal, please convey it to the Secretariat in writing. Thank you.
Malaysia. I just want to convey on our government position whereby we cannot consider the declaration as we just received the draft. So hopefully the Secretary can give some more time. I believe some of the countries didn't receive the draft at all. Thank you.
Anyhow, for further clarification, the declaration has been circulated for some time now. Nevertheless, it is imperative to take note of the comments made by every country because the declaration should be adopted by consensus. We will take into account all of these opinions and we will wait for such considerations to consider the declaration as formally adopted. if any country has similar concerns, we would like to know them. But I would ask you to convey your comments as soon as possible to us. Considerations about the declaration as a whole or about any particular drafting in this declaration.
¿Alguna otra consideración o otro?
Any further consideration or comment? So once, in addition to all the comments expressed here, we ask you please to receive your inputs and then we will circulate the formally adopted declaration among all member states of the G77 in China. Do we agree?
Aplauso a todos por él. Ahora, las cuestiones logísticas. Les pido 5 minutos de pausa.
We would like to ask you to have 5 minutes break just to have the closing ceremony of this meeting. Thank you so much for your commitment and thanks a lot for the position you have been having for these years. We would like you to please stay in your seats so we can start as fast as possible.
The meeting has taken place within the Environment Convention that is being held in Havana, July 7 to 13, under the slogan, "A Resilient This final session is presided by Marrero Cruz, Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba. Inés María Chapman Wow, first Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba. Elba Rosa Pérez Montoya, Minister of Science, Technology and Environment. Now, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba, Inés Chapman Wow, will take the floor for the closing remarks of this meeting.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos.
Good afternoon, esteemed Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba, Manuel Marrero Cruz, esteemed Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Anayansi Camejo, Ministers, esteemed guests. We convey the greetings of the President of G77 plus China, our esteemed President of the Republic, Miguel Mario Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. We strongly thank you for your attendance to this meeting of the South. Undoubtedly, this has been a very highly fruitful meeting. Once again, we see the strength of our countries of the South, the need to have information and analysis methodology to think about our realities with our own political criteria and be able to transform ourselves based on this. We do not want to stress the ideas of this meeting, but I do want to highlight the coordinated action of the government and society, of the science technology operators with those of environmental management. Facing the global environmental crisis will be very difficult, will be much better if it is accompanied with science and technology available in each country that could be taken into consideration in the relevant national programs through cooperation. Excellencies, the 2025-2030 period will be characterized by reviewed or revised political frameworks in almost all areas of environment. That is why the expectation for this 5-year period for a healthier environment increased. In addition to the discussion regarding the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the years 2024 and 2025, we should pay special attention to the following aspects: the processes required for full implementation of the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to reduce emissions and more favorable conditions to address climate change. The implementation of the Global Strategic Framework on Biodiversity adopted as part of the biological diversity framework to revert the global deterioration in terms of biodiversity and to strengthen it. The coming into force of the binding instrument on marine biodiversity to strengthen governance and sustainable use of oceans in the context of the UN Convention on the Right of the Sea, on the Law of the Sea, plus the conclusion of a legally binding instrument for the management of pollution due to plastics. Finally, we need to take into consideration the transformations that are taking place in environmental financial structures or architectures with proposals that are not favorable for developing countries. These initiatives are aimed at increasing the role of the private sector in the national implementation of any of the legal instruments above mentioned, in detriment of public resources of developing countries, damaging the goal of achieving 0.07, donating 0.07 of its gross national product to be donated to developing countries. The recently concluded summit in Paris has left a very clear message for the countries of the South. On the one hand, it reaffirmed the need of a profound and comprehensive reform of the financial architecture, global financial architecture. It was made evident the low possibilities for significant changes by poor countries. In his speech, President Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, representing the G77 plus China, he said, and I quote, "In the 21st century, it is unacceptable that majority of the nations on the planet are being imposed obsolete institutions that we inherited from Bretton Woods and the Cold War, far away from what is happening and trying to perpetuate imbalances and applying recipes for such objectives. The priority that Cuba gives to each of these processes is related with the possibility of paving the way for international additions on the basis of our national capacities and in correspondence with the economic development model of the country and its environmental dimension beyond 2030. All this despite the limitations imposed by the U.S. blockade that, far from being lifted, has been increased and stepped up. Excellencies, we reiterate Cuba's commitment with the fight to safeguard the sovereignty of our people through exchanges or our own potentials in a world where there is an unfair distribution and where we have the right to develop, not affecting the living conditions of future generations. These are pillars of two important events that we foster as presidents of the G77 plus China. The Summit on Current Development Challenges, the role of science, technology, and innovation, that will be held on September 15 and 16 this year in Havana, and the Summit of the leaders of the G77 plus China group to be held in December as part of the COP28. We are honored to say that your contributions in this important meeting will be included in the preparations of these events to be held at the highest level. Excellencies, the moral commitment with the new and future generations compel us to act coherently to address the evils we have to face. Facing these challenges is a must, is an imperative, and in the unity of our group relies the success of our battles. We need to act immediately for a healthy and sustainable world. Among all of us, we can achieve this purpose. That is Cuba's goal. We embrace you all. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a la viceprimera ministra.
We thank the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba for her remarks, and we now present a young artist graduated from Reina Sofia de Madrid Conservatoire. Sorry, the Prime Minister is going to take the floor to close this session and start with the cultural activity. I wanted first of all to convey the warmest greetings to the ministers present here and those that are participating online using the new technologies, the heads of delegations of the different countries. We give great importance to the International Convention on Environment and Development that coincides with this ministerial meeting in the framework of this convention that will be held till next Friday. But this is an international challenge, a very important international challenge, and if we think about the topic of the meeting for a sustainable, inclusive development, it was there in the slide. Inclusive, resilient, with science and innovation for the environment. That is the scope and content of the topic. Climate change is a reality. All the predictions that were made, we are witnessing today that it is true. Regretfully, most developed countries have not understood this problem nor have supported South countries to address this challenge. And we, the countries of the South, we are the most vulnerable countries. You are in one of the most vulnerable areas in the world, the Caribbean. We have the Asia-Pacific meetings where many of the islands could disappear. We are not only a high-risk country, we have used all our scientific potentials and we have carried out an exercise with all the scientists of the country. We have a document called Live Task where we have studied the whole country and we know what is going to happen in the next years. The floods, what part of the national territory could be lost in 2050 or in 2100, and we have a plan to face this. We are a poor country, but we are aware of the perils, and without the help of developed countries, we have a program for developing. Our housing development program includes houses for those people who are living in coastal areas that will be flooded in the future. We're working gradually, steadily, so that we can face that situation when it comes. That is why South countries must unite. We put our humble experience, the capacity shown by our experts and scientists to your disposal under the concept that Cuba does not give what it has in addition, but what it has. That is why we need to develop science, innovation, not as an option, but as a path forward, seeking solutions to our own problems. The developed world may have financial resources. They can acquire the most sophisticated and state-of-the-art technologies, not always available to us, but the best investment is in teaching, in education, in training scientists in our countries. When the COVID-19 pandemic, which made no difference as to rich and poor countries, no country in the world was prepared to face this pandemic. The developed countries were the ones that had the highest number of casualties. No country was ready or prepared to face this kind of pandemic. However, we, a small country, we called all our experts and scientists and said we need to be sovereign in this fight against COVID-19. We need to develop our own vaccines. And with a very small budget, our scientists developed not only one, but 5 vaccine candidates, 3 of which have been scientifically tested. One is called Soberana 1, Soberana 2, and we were able to immunize our population with our own vaccines. That is why COVID-19 today in Cuba is like any other flu, because we have the capacity to control it. That is the importance of betting on training and developing our scientific capital. And if we use all this to mitigate the impacts of climate change, undoubtedly the results will be much, much better. That is why for us it's so important to hold these type of meetings. We hold the pro tempore presidency of the G77 plus China, and we want to have a very active chairmanship. We want to cooperate with all countries, friendly countries. And this meeting that we are closing today was preceded by ministerial meetings of in the field of education, communication, tourism, etc. We have been very active in holding these types of meetings till September, where we will have the summit. You can count on Cuba's support. Cuba is more than willing to share its humble and modest experience in such important fields, such topical fields like science, innovation, and environment. Poor countries must be autonomous. We must develop our own technologies. We have to find our own solutions to our own problems. That is the path forward, and for that, unity is very important. It will make us stronger, and it will enable us to move forward together, seeking a better world that has already has been said is possible. So once again, thank you for your presence. We thank the Prime Minister for his remarks, and now I have the pleasure to introduce a young artist that has studied at the Reina Sofia Conservatoire in Madrid. She will be performing two classic repertoires. So let us receive this artist with a round of applause.
Muchas gracias. Tanto tiempo disfrutamos de este amor, nuestras almas se acercaron tanto así, que yo guardo tu sabor, pero tú llevas también sabor a mí. Si negaras mi presencia en tu vivir, bastarían con abrazarte y conversar. Tanta dicha yo te di, que por fuerza llevas ya. Taste to me. No pretendo ser tu dueña. Yo no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad de mi vida. Doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasará más de 1000 años, muchos más. Yo no sé si tengamos la eternidad, pero allá tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueña. Yo no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad de mi vida. Soy bueno, soy tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasará más de 1000 años, muchos más. Yo no sé si tengamos la eternidad, pero allá, tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor, sabor a mí.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias, muchísimas gracias a este joven talento de nuestra música. Los invitamos gentilmente.
We now invite you, all members of the delegation, to a family photo here in this Hotel Nacional de Cuba, the national monument. We will take a family photo with the heads of delegations and the chair.